Hmm. Okie dokie. I am live. Live, live, live. Yeah, everything's live. Here we go. We have all of our chats going. I'm gonna do a pass to. Mm,
む
I want to say, yeah.
じ
She. Who's doing she?
おぷぼれじ
I did that wrong.
がじなぷ
Yeah.
びゅ
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
にょけ
Hmm. Wow.
しょにょぬ
I want to say,
よ
yeah.
ぞうるにゃくぎゃぎょちゅ
Hey, let's review
Da.
all. Da. Uh,
ひゃじゅけにゅちゅじしゅよ
Yo.
ぶ
I'm gonna get this one wrong. I didn't.
べ
There's a first for everything.
は
I usually get that one. Like
She-
it usually doesn't register properly, and
Ze-
properly, and that's why.
る
This one's the one that comes back on itself.
おを
Mm.
みゃ
Mm.
じょきょき しょぼ
Ah, fuck, right.
や
I should have gotten that one wrong. That's what I did.
びゃ ひゅみゅにゃじゃね
うん。
ぴごうぎゅてせふそくびょざ
うん。
こめ
Fuck.
にへ
Oh, that's
き
cute.
ゃぎょびゅぎしゃとげみゆ
Right, this looks like a fish.
で
Right.
じらぷつぱりょぴょきゅあぴゅりゅちょち
She?
ほ
Oh, wow. My head was not there. I like blanked as soon as I went to go do. Oh, I blanked so hard when I went to go do that. I just double tapped that.
わなぎゃずんずめ
Matt is right.
ばもりぼにょび
That's what I was doing.
りゃむ
I want to say it's this. Ah, sweet, I was right. No, fuck.
みょぬ
No. Is that one this one? Yeah.
の
No is easy.
ど
Oh,
ほ
That's literally what I did.
茶べ
Mm, you know?
ひょす きゃろ
I want to say that one.
ほ
Oh, I was right.
えぞが
Yeah.
ぴゃ
Meal.
みょくれいたひかやさびあわよぎけりゃる
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, gi.
ぎゅ
You. New.
にゅ ぱ
Ah. Go.
ご
Sa.
さ
Yeah.
ぴゃ
Yeah.
ひゃ
Oh.
ほ
Re.
れ
Ro.
ろ
Ge. Ge.
げ
Ku.
く
Pi.
ぴ
Da.
だ
Ma.
ま
Yo.
びょ
Za.
ぜ
Ki.
き
Chi.
ち
I'll be right back. Being the tallest person in the house means that I have to get up and go get that thing. Fucking fire alarms. Sure.
しょ
Uh-huh.
は
Um. Za.
ざ
Se.
せ
Ba.
ば
Pu.
ぷ
Ro.
りょ
You.
ひゅ
Mo.
も
Bo.
ぼ
Gia. Gio. Sorry.
ぎょ
Sa. That's a te.
て、
Gu.
ぐ、
Ri.
り、
Ju.
ちゅ、
Gya.
ぎゃ、
Ta.
た、
Ryu.
りゅ、
Jiu.
じゅ、
Jiu. Mm, Ho.
ぽ、
Hyo.
ひょ、
Na.
な、
Me.
め、
G.
じ、
Ya.
や、
You.
ゆ、
Kya.
きゃ、
Wo.
を、
Nu.
ぬ、
Nyo.
にょ、
Bu.
ぶ、
Mia.
みゃ、
Nya.
にゃ、
Shiu.
しゅ、
Shiu. Ra.
ら、
Cha.
ちゃ、
Zo.
ぞ、
Zu.
す、
Zu.
ず、
Gyu.
ぎゅ、
Cho.
ちょ、
Q.
きゅ、
You.
びゅ、
へ、
へ、
She.
し、
Mu.
む、
Xia.
しゃ、
Ta.
て、
To.
と、
U.
う、
Ka.
か、
へ、
ぺ、
Ne.
ね、
Ga.
が、
So.
そ、
Pew.
ぴゅ、
Fu.
ふ、
Fu. N.
ん、
Kyo.
きょ、
Hia. Or sorry, Bia.
びゃ、
Tsu.
つ、
Ji.
じ、
Hi.
ひ、
Ni.
に、
No.
の、
Jia. Ja.
じゃ、
Pyo.
ぴょ、
Eh.
え、
Miu.
みゅ、
Miu. Ko.
こ、
De.
で、
Bi.
び、
Mio.
みょ、
I.
い、
Jo.
じょ、
Do.
ど、
Zu.
ず、
Biu. Be.
べ、
Be.
べ、
Mi.
み
Oh.
お
Ugh.
う
I don't even remember. I want to say it's this though. It was not what I thought it was.
うい お
I'll be right back. I know that it's not the same O. And I can't remember what this O is. It was the one I thought it was originally. Okay, so ku, no, I didn't get ku right either.
くか
Ka is relatively the same.
え
A is right.
こ
Ko is
き
ki is
えお
O is
け
K is not that.
あ
Is
け
I did K wrong. That's K. Okay.
け
That's who?
く
E
い
ka
か
eh
え
u
う
okay.
け
Ah
あ
ko
こ
ki
き
oh.
お
And then they want us to do. Sorry, give me a second here. The next two sets, but I want to make sure that I've got the right two character sets here. What was it? It's two something. We're close. I'm close. Was it like actually 200 maybe? Where are you characters? It's in the 200s somewhere. I think it's the like low 200s maybe? No? Do. I think he. Oh, right. This isn't the workbook. It's like why is this not working? Like why am I not seeing it? Okay, so we're doing Sa sashi su se so ta chi tsu te to. Wait, and 130. Oh god, we're doing groups of 4 here. And nani nu ne no and ha hi hu hey ho. Fuck me. that's my takeaways. Oh fucka me. So cha chi chu che cho. So we have this one here, lesson 4. So we've got lesson 4, lesson 6. Yes, 6. And then we've got lesson 8 and 9. So that's lesson 4. And Tatu Tuto is 6. Don't go into, I think, then 8. Yeah, then 8. And then 9.
Sa. Shi. Sa. Shi. Sa.
So confusing.
Shi.
Sa.
Sa. Su.
Su.
Se.
Se.
Su.
Su.
Se.
Se.
Su.
Se.
Se.
Su.
Su. So.
So.
Se.
Se.
So.
So.
Se.
So. So.
So. Shi.
She. So.
So. Se.
Se. I don't even remember. I remember the hiragana for se, but no. I was sort of right.
Su. Shi.
Right, it's top then
So.
bottom.
Se.
Okay, so this one's
Su.
fuck, I don't even remember.
Se.
There we go.
Shi. Se.
Oh god. What's this? I was
So.
so
Sa.
sa
Shi.
Wait, that's this one, right? No.
そ
That was
さ
not right at all.
しすしさ
Fucking hell. Why is this got to be so hard? Why do we need two different character sets? Japanese be easier.
しさそすそす
Fuck, I don't even remember what it was. I was not even a little right.
しす
I'm blanking. I'm completely blanking here.
さ
Says.
す
Yeah, I completely blanked again.
さすす
I don't know if I can do that many at once. Right? Like, yeah, like. So we still have lesson 6, lesson 8, and lesson 9, and holy shit, it's just like, ugh. How am I gonna get this? This is gonna take me forever. Okay, we still have time though.
た ち
Actually, before we do this.
お
Okay, so O is
く
who is not that one.
う
I know the oo, but it's not that.
け
I don't remember.
くくえけええうけうけけうえう
No, I did that wrong. Okay.
け
Ugh. I think I can only do so much before my brain starts
Okay.
to implode. I think. No, I did that wrong.
おううい
I still want to do the
So-
hiragana e and the hiragana characters.
せあ
Ah,
しす え
Why can't it be easier?
きさかせ
Yeah, not even a little bit.
すくそそけせくくけこけすこけけせすせえそきしけか
I want to say ku.
く
Oh.
お
U.
う
Ah.
あ
Sa.
さ
Say.
せ
E.
い
Ko.
こ
So. Okay. Su.
す
Ko.
こ
Su.
す
Fuck me.
た
Ta.
ち
Chi.
た
Ta.
ち
Chi. Ta. Ta.
たち
Chi. Ta.
たち
Chi.
た
Ta.
ちた
Chi.
ちつ
Wait, what? Katakana and are very similar and can easily be confused. One way to tell them apart is to remember that is written top to bottom like it's hiragana. Counterpart she and is written left to right like it's hiragana su. Fuck me sideways.
で
That's gonna that I'm gonna get that one
Tsu.
wrong so much.
で
That's
つ
te,
でと
to,
で
te,
と
to,
ち
chi, to,
とた
ta,
で
te, It was kind of right. と、
と、て、つ、
つ、うん、
た、と、
と、
ち、
ち、
と、
と、
つ、ち、
し、
つ、と、
と、
ち、と、ち、と、ち、
8、
な、に、な、に、
な、な、
な、
に、
に、
な、
な、ぬ、
ぬ、
ね、
ね、
ぬ、
ぬ、
ね、
ね、ぬ、
ぬ、
ね、
ね、
ぬ、
ぬ、の、
の、
ね、
ね、
の、
の、
ね、
ね、の、
の、ぬ、
ぬ、
に、
に、
の、
の、な、な、な、
な、ね、
ね、
ぬ、
ぬ、な、な、
な、に、
に、
ね、
ね、な、
な、ね、に、の、ぬ、
ぬ、
な、
な、
ね、
ね、
な、ね、な、ね、
I did this wrong.
の、ぬ、ね、な、ね、ぬ、ね、ぬ、ね、
I didn't think I was gonna get that right. I don't even know. That was just like I just did something.
ぬ、は、
は、
ひ、
ひ、
は、
は、
ひ、
ひ、は、
は、ひ、
ひ、
は、
は、ひ、
ひ、ふ、
ふ、
へ、
へ、
ふ、
ふ、 Who?
He.
Hey.
Fu.
Hey.
He. Fu.
Who?
Ho.
Ho.
He.
Hey.
Ho.
Ho.
He.
Hey. Ho.
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 Fu.
Who?
Ha. He.
Ho.
Ho. Hi.
He.
Ha. Hi. Fu. Ho.
Ho.
Fu. Ho. Fu. Ha. Hi. Ha. Ho. Hi. Ho. Hi. Ho. Hi.
Totally keep
Ho. Hi.
I get back to this and then I'm just
He.
I forget.
He. Hi.
There we go. We got all of our stuff done for there. Now we need to move on to. Let's see if we can do this. Genki words, 100 to learn. Learn. Let's see. Younger brother. Oh. uh, oh. Wait, these aren't the ones that I care about right now. Why is there no audio? Oh.
妹、妹、
Okay, so this isn't really the one that I want. U terms. Okay, can I get these in English right now? This is brother, do. It's not really what we care about right now. We want food, things, and places. So we want Oshi. What's this one?
Asia 研究
No.
先生日本語
I want specific terms right now. And I don't know that this has them.
傘
Hey,
おいしい
Casa was one of the ones that I wanted.
日本語
Here
お
we
い
go.
しい
Oshi. Tonkotsu. Meat. Umbrella. Shoe. What was this one again? This was purse? Oh, wallet.
財布
Jeans. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't think I need that one, but I'm just gonna put it in there just in case. Okay, so it's hat and cap. These are the words that I need for my test. Library. Is bank there yet? Oh yeah, that one's bank. Did wait. Konbini is not there yet. Oh, post office. There's post office.
Ikura
Ikura.
Ta- 高い いらっしゃいませ
Okay, so a bunch of these now. We're still missing some.
どうも
Oh, toilet. Toilet's on here. We need toilet.
ここ、そこ、
No, not that. Add. Smartphone. There's conveni.
コンビニ、
I wish I could just. Can I can search, right? Oh, here we go. Okay, we got those. Did we get? I think we got hat. Oh, that's annoying. That's like actually really, really super, super annoying. I have to type in the Japanese spelling of the word. I think Oshi. Oshi. Oi. Oi. Shi. I think I've already added this one. Yeah. Okay. Sakana. This one's been added as well. Here we go. Tonkatsu. How is tonkatsu not there? Interesting. Niku. Men. Yeah, menu is not there. No, it is there. It's just being stupid. Fuck's sakes. That's really annoying. Also, that they're giving me the katakana for it instead of the hiragana and the katakana. That would be nice. Yasai. Kasa. Kaban. Jutsu. This is bicycle, but bicycle is one of the ones that I need. I will not be able to find jeans because I don't have a way of typing it, apparently. Sup, Don? Bicycle. I think I already did bike. Or I already got bike. Yeah, okay, there we go. Newspaper is Sheen Fun. Oh, okay, I got that one in. Yeah, I did okay. Hmm. No. See, no. Hato. Oh, no. Oh, to. No, oh, to. Hmm. I don't like this app very much, but we're gonna find out if I can get it to work. Because it's like impossible to search for things. So like it's hard for me to build up the cards that I actually need right now because I need like specific words and like they're super hard to add to a thing because it's like sometimes you want to search by the Japanese spelling and sometimes you want to search by the English spelling and sometimes you want to search by something else. And they don't always show you the hiragana. Sometimes it's just katakana if it's a katakana based word. And it's just like can we just please help me and stop hurting me. Stop with the hurt and start with the help. I think the library is here. At least we're almost done. I thought this would actually go smoother, and that's why I didn't do it off screen. Uh, okay, there we go. So I've added all of these to a study thing. Now, how do I actually study? Check the questions. You've got 100. Wait, click the. Okay, so
帽子
Oshi hat
帽子
study vegetable. I think I got that wrong.
野菜
Yasai. Oh,
大阪
wait, what? Uh, I don't like this. This isn't what I wanted. Oh, fuck. Where? I wanted to tell me what it is. Oh, I hate this. This app is no good. It's not what I want. All right, we're moving on. We'll just go through them like on this here because oops, I almost turned off. I did turn off. Go. I still cannot find a halfway decent flashcard system. Like a flashcard app would be fucking beautiful, but it doesn't seem like there exists one that actually will do a good job. There's I shouldn't say that. There is. We could try. Actually, I've got an idea. Give me a second. I know I report these people every single time, but I don't think that it matters because I don't think Twitch will ever do anything about it because Twitch doesn't fucking care about their platform. They don't even have a good system for like banning them. When you click through and you're like, okay, so I'm gonna report this person for doing something they're not supposed to be doing on the platform, and then you click, then they give you the option to ban, and you ban them. It doesn't remove their message until you ban them again. So you have to ban them twice. Yeah, Twitch, small indie company. They do a fantastic fucking job. Said nobody ever. There's this. And the biggest issue with this one is that I don't know which lesson we're on, right? So I have to go like this, and then we just do this, and we study.
寝る
I don't think that's it. I just want to be able to check words, like just a list of words. Oh, here we go. Um, can I search for them? I give up. I just I need to take a break. Yeah, there we go. We're at over an hour, and I haven't been able to find a flashcard system that isn't complete and total ass. Like, I don't know why this is so hard. Like, why? Actually, you know what? I know why it's so difficult to find something. And the reason it's so difficult to find something is because everybody's trying to make a buck. Everybody wants to every single thing wants to nickel and dime you to death. Nothing wants to like just be helpful. Everything's like, how much can we nickel and or dime this person to death about everything? It's like the good ones are like, okay, so pay for a like pay for a subscription for it, even though that like it's not changing, right? Like we don't have to invest in this product anymore, but we want you to subscribe to it. Ugh. Oops, I closed the thing that I wanted. All right, today we're doing audio. We're gonna go into our Truck-kun in our go into our other project. Does anybody else notice that Windows is really fucking terrible at being consistent? Apparently, depending on where you are, Control N doesn't work. Yeah, if you're here, Control N doesn't work, but if you're here, Control N does work. Fuck. You gotta. Why is everything designed to annoy me? I feel like every time I turn around, fucking Windows or something is specifically doing something that's counterintuitive. It's like if I'm anywhere inside of a freaking folder, like in Explorer, Control N should open up a new a new window, right? Like that. Why is that too much to ask? Okay, so all in one body fall down. That's what I'm looking for. Am I signed in? I am signed in. My library on here is freaking massive because uh the longer you stick with Unreal, the more everything the more free shit you get audio. Let's see if they allow me to download just the files. They do not. No. No. Oh well. It was worth a shot. Truck-kun. These are the wave files, right? And then the cues are yeah. And then what's this one? Cloth? Oh, I want bulk export. And then I want to go to local projects, Unity, Truck-kun, assets. And then we do new folder, audio. Body, fall, human, cloth. Oh, okay. That's a little bit annoying, but not the worst thing ever. No, that's not it. There we go. Beautiful. Then we have, if we go back to Fab, I think it was. Yeah, Fab. And we go back to my audio. I think one of these is, yeah, Unity here. This one. This is actually the audio that I was using for my truck, and it's Unity compatible. So we go to downloads. And we download the Unity package. Yay. This has this requires, fuck, what was it? It utilizes something, and I'm blanking on the name right now. Okay, so let's go back into our Unity project here. And now we have access to it. Now what we need to do is we need to learn how to play audio through dots, because that's going to be important. This is not what I wanted, but there's my conversation with Rush. I forgot to move things. There we go. And I forgot to put myself in streamer mode, as one does. Okay, here we are. So what we want to do is we want to add audio to this thing here. That's right. I'm friends with much bigger streamers than me. Rush is actually probably one of the biggest. Rush and Gaz are probably the two biggest streamers that I'm friends with, for like size wise, for viewership. They pull crazy numbers. Let's see here. Oh yeah. we're gonna do audio. um Does he cover audio?
So here we are, and let's look over here on the entities hierarchy. So we have the zombie unit, and we have a bunch of soldiers. They are attacking the zombie, and the zombie's health going down. And if there go, the entity was indeed destroyed, and no more errors. All right, awesome. And over here for the health data testing system, let's also put it to update on the late system group. All right, now let's solve the issue with the visual here. Basically, the parent object, that one is being destroyed. However, the child object, the one that contains the visual mesh, that one is not being destroyed. Now this is...
Nope. I feel like this should be easy, but we don't know.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Wayne. Welcome to this talk. I work in the R&D department of Unity, and you've come to the best talk of the whole Unite. I'm going to talk about how we did audio and how we built an audio engine in ECS for the Megacity demo. And to do that, I need to talk about two separate things. The first one I need to talk about is our new audio rendering engine.
Part of that, I like, sure, but...
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Wayne. How we did audio and how we built an audio engine in ECS for the called DSP Graph, a low-level rendering engine that we built. And the second one is how we actually built this entire audio stack on top of ECS for the demo. So what is DSP graph? I guess this is a new term for a lot of you guys out there. DSP graph is ultimately a new sample rendering engine, a new audio mixing engine for Unity. We hear a lot
So I should log off. Are you drunk again?
a lot of scalability issues when we were trying to implement features on our old rendering engine. So we had to
Oh, are you talking about the? Yeah, I got a haircut. I went and did the haircut and shave thing.
to kind of take a step back, start from scratch, and rewrite this engine from the top. So what is an audio rendering engine, or what is an audio mixing engine? If any of you guys know what DSP is, basically you've got DSP nodes in a DSP signal graph. Those DSP nodes can be anything from reverb to echo effects, limiters, stuff like that. They do their work, they produce some sample buffer outputs. Those sample buffers are mixed together with other sample buffers, more effects are applied, so on and so forth, until eventually you've got a sample buffer that goes out of the sound card, and that's what you hear in the games that you play and love. So ultimately it's the lowest level kind of feature.
Right, you're learning. I'll keep you on it. Yeah, yeah. I'm still new to Unity, remember? So I was putting together oh, that's fine. I'm still new to Unity and game development as a whole, so there's lots of stuff I do not know yet. But I will get there eventually.
Audio rendering that you can do, or that you need, and this is what we kind of had to rebuild. Our entire new audio rendering engine is written in C#, and all of the DSP nodes that we write and that you guys will write and all that sort of stuff will be written in C# as well. And I guess a lot of you are probably immediately thinking, okay, so what about the performance characteristics of writing CSP kernels in C#? And the great thing is that we're going to be leveraging the new burst compiler technology so that all of the DSP that you write will be highly performant on all of the platforms by default with native code, like vectorized execution and stuff like that, which is really cool. So what we are actually building here at its core is an audio system in C# at the lowest level. All of the effects, graph structure, parameters, all of those things we'll be writing in C# in a package. The entire audio system will be a package that we can give to you guys so that you'll be able to dig down as far as you want into it. There's going to be no hidden runtime code. There's no things that you won't be able to get your hands on and access if you want to dig deep enough. And with all of this, these new compiler technologies and all of this cool stuff that we're doing with the C# job systems and all that sort of stuff, there's absolutely no performance penalty. In fact, as I'm going to show, we're actually doing pretty well for performance. It's a totally extensible engine at its core. I'm going to show you a few of the features.
Yeah, I don't like his tutorial. Ooh. But he's using words. So
features that make it, and sort of you'll be able to leverage to make it as extensible as you need.
So there's DPS.
And it's ideal for procedural sounds that are being driven from game logic, music systems that you want to sample accurately beat match, third-party sample libraries that you need to interface with. Anything that you want to do in terms of audio, you'll be able to dig right down and get to with DSP Graph. And it's a foundational API that we'll be rebuilding our entire audio system on top of. We won't, like in the coming months, you'll see more and more features built on top of DSP Graph as we release DSP Graph, more building block foundational APIs, editor tooling and stuff like that. The actual DSP Graph itself is a very low-level engine. I mean, think sort of graphics API kind of thing. So it's not for everybody. It is there if you need to get to it, but we'll be supplying a lot more user-friendly, high-level concepts on top of it. But what one of the reasons why we're trying to build this engine as a sort of user-land engine is that we never have to tell users, never have to tell you guys, you can't do that in Unity. Like, we want to be able to say to you guys, you can do anything you want in Unity in terms of audio. It really just depends on how deep you want to dig down into the engine. It fits neatly into the execution model of the rest of Unity. It's fully jobified, but those jobified characteristics can be configured. Maybe you want to use the entire job system for graphics or culling or physics or something like that. So you can pare down all of the jobified execution of the graph down to the audio thread if you want. All of these characteristics will be completely configurable to you guys. All of the interactions with the graph will be completely lock-free. We're not going to be stalling the main thread. We're not going to be hitching anything, sending commands, sending changes to the audio system. It's going to be completely hitch-free. I mean, we needed to hit 60 FPS on this demo, so it had to be completely asynchronous and lock-free. All of the commands are going to be bunched up into transactions. It's important that when you interface with an asynchronous audio system, that as you're making changes, you want those changes to be completely atomic, instead of the audio system coming up, doing a mix while you're halfway through, and you're getting something that you really didn't expect from making changes to the DSP graph. And what we're seeing here already is orders of magnitude speed up over the traditional on-audio filter reads that you would have done in your audio system, audio DSP in the past in Unity. And what it also means is that you won't have to muck around with audio plugins, you won't have to muck around with DLL hell, compilation of external libraries, all of those things.
Can we get to the frickin' point? One, there's it's actually driving me batty. That background noise is driving me insane. Videos. Search. Audio. Some of his stuff is good and some of his stuff is lackluster. Unity dots audio tutorial. Unity dots audio tutorial. This doesn't even cover audio. Why is it showing up? How to add sound effects the right way in tutorial? Basic dots audio. There's no official high-level solution for dots for Unity Engine. A solution exists for Project Tiny. If you want to avoid game objects, you have to use the low-level DSP graph API. Like, I'm fine with this. Is a new audio rendering technology. It is a low-level audio mixing engine. DSP graph is being developed because of scalability issues, technical debt, and functional limitations with Fmod. Oh, I might not be able to use Fmod. Is directed asynchronous graph that produces getting started with DSP graph. Unity getting started with DSP graph.
In sunny Copenhagen here. And today I want to talk about DSP graph. Well, I've only got 20 minutes or so, so I just want to get straight into it. And
hey guys,
I'm really only going to give a
welcome.
kind of a top-level overview of why it exists and kind of where we're going with it at Unity, because any sort of deep dive would take too long. So what is DSP graph? It's Unity's new digital signal processing technology. Okay, so digital signal processing, we're going to get into what that is, but the reason why we're calling it DSP graph is because it's all about signal processing. I did a talk last year on DSP graph, actually, so if you guys want to kind of get a bit of a deeper dive into this, you can watch this talk. It also goes into how we did the audio for Megacity, which is a demo you can actually see over at the kind of waffling a waveform, like for example, a bare minimum. What is digital signal? Okay, so a digital signal. So it's about sampling a waveform, like for example, an audio waveform at regular intervals. Okay, so when you digitize an audio signal, you sample it regularly, and then you can reconstruct the waveform at a later time. For example, when you want to send it to the speakers at a sound card. Let's take an arbitrary a signal. sampled at some sort of rate. And the way we store that in computers is that we just have a float buffer array usually. I mean, you can also, if you don't know what a float is, then this talk may be a bit difficult, but if you do know what a float is, we generally store them in buffers of floats representing the values of each of these digital samples. So easy. But what about signal manipulation? This is something that you kind of actually want to do regularly in a game engine, okay? A game engine is a dynamic, real-time kind of thing happening consistently. So you want to do some digital signal manipulation. I'm going to give a couple of really basic examples of digital signal manipulation. So imagine if we have two arbitrary waveforms here, and what we want to do is combine them into one. So simply you just add the two numbers together, and you get an output waveform, and this is called mixing. Very simple, okay? And what you can also do with digital signal processing is you can, for example, maybe have a large buffer where you actually take a digital signal and you store that digital signal somewhere in the future of that buffer, okay? So maybe you put it some distance in the future, and then you read from the past in that buffer and put it into the output. And then you update the read in the right positions. So this is a very simple operation that you can do. But what you actually have here is a way of delaying the sound that comes from a sound source. So if I play sound, I can actually delay how long it takes to get to the speakers, which is pretty cool. And what that means, and this is called a delay line, usually. And what we could do, for example, with this very simple digital signal processing, is model the speed of sound through air by the distance to the source from the listener. And so already we're starting to be able to build realistic behaviors and model a 3D space. And I put this little GIF here because it's the only way I could visually represent the speed of sound. You can see the pressure wave of the sound front through the air. Okay, so signal processing, it's important in games. It's allowing us to model, real-time game mechanics, which is obviously an important aspect of an interactive experience, okay? Some of the other things you can do is you can resample. So resampling is about pitching it up and down, and that means we can do some approximate Doppler characteristics. We could also reverb, so we could model the echo of a physical environment with some reverb. We could add some low pass to model a source going behind another object and being occluded. And we can actually do all sorts of procedural generation as well. So we can actually create sound from nothing. We can model things like wind, car engines, and other cool things. So this is a rabbit hole of interesting stuff you can do with procedural sounds. Usually when you have DSP and you're doing these different signal manipulations, you assemble them in a chain. So you do some delay, and then you maybe add a reverb, maybe you do something else, and you chain them up into a graph. This is the other part of the DSP graph nomenclature. And so you pass the signal from one DSP unit to the other, until eventually you hear it in the sound card, or from your speakers, sorry. And if I put this into the bigger picture of an audio engine, an audio engine in a game engine, you can imagine that you've got a whole bunch of different things playing, like footsteps and dialogue and stuff like that, which play into the DSP. That DSP does some real-time manipulation based on what's happening in the game. And that manipulation is coming from gameplay automation and gameplay logic. So imagine that parameters are defining, for example, the distance between the source and the listener in real time and increasing or shrinking the delay line that we talked about earlier. So it's about real-time DSP. And you need to do it in real time because the game is a dynamic experience. Okay? It reacts to user input. It has to be high performance because we need to feed samples to the sound card at a high rate, and I'll get into that in a second. And it has to be low latency. So when something happens, we want to be able to hear that kind of instantly from the speakers. So in most computers these days, we have two important threads for an audio system, the main thread and the audio thread. The main thread is about where we decide things, where we decide the distance between two things, for example. And the audio thread is where we actually produce the samples, where we produce the sound for the sound card. And it's usually on another thread because it has to be super snappy. It has to be constantly being able to provide the sound card with new samples because it's such a high priority. If you drop a frame of audio, then you get sort of really jarring stutters in your audio playback. Okay, so the main thread is making changes, and to do that, you generally want to have a command buffer. So you want to send things. You want to send instructions over to the audio thread to make changes, like parameter automation. You want to increase and decrease that value. You want to create DSP on the fly and destroy it. You want to make topological changes and change the volume, things like that. And if you do that, and you do it right, you kind of want to do it in a very lockless way. So you don't want to have the main thread and the audio thread waiting on each other. You want to do it atomically. So if I want to do a bunch of different changes, you want to do it at once. You don't want to go through halfway through the changes and then realize, and then the audio thread picks that up and says, okay, I'm going to do this half, and then you're in some limbo state. It has to be low latency, of course, and sample accurate. So if I want to make a parameter automation at this sample in the future, it has to be kind of addressable in that kind of level. So talking about samples, the way it usually works in an audio thread is you get a callback from the computer, from the operating system regularly, and it says, hey, how about
You kept that yourself? You mean my hair? No. No. I went to a barber and I sat down and I said, I would like to chop it all off. Something short that I don't have to do anything with. I'm supposed to have to do something with it, and I'm probably never going to do it. But it's like supposed to be pushed off to one side, I think, or something like that. But I missed the long hair. The long hair was getting in the way. So I had to get rid of it. Like, I don't even know how this is supposed to work. I don't actually really like having long hair, if I'm being honest. I did it. I did it initially, like the first time I did it, I grew it out really long and I donated it to charity. But it takes like a couple years to do. And I don't want to go through that again. Also, like the other thing is that like it whatever happens, it needs to like whatever it is, it needs to look a little bit more professional because I'm looking for work again. So um the the long hair gets a bit messy at times. So yeah, I also have to keep clean shaven, which I'm really bad at.
some more of those samples, eh? And those samples are usually asked for in, I mean, it depends, but usually you're asking about this, share that DSP, and eventually, after you're done, you pass off that buffer to the operating.
Okay, this isn't quite what I'm looking for.
Today, I'm going to show you how to properly set up your music and sound effects in Unity so that you can play all your sounds from an audio mixer. This will let you use different effects for different sound groups, as well as control your volume with a slider from a menu. Let's get started. So I have a really simple scene here with a player.
Okay, scripting with Tiny using dots mode. The animation module allows you to animate properties in components. Single entities. Wait, what? Wait, what? No, wait. Unity packages Unity Tiny. What is Unity Tiny? Unity's Project Tiny is a new set of workflow features and specialized build pipelines that allows you to create small lightweight games and apps in the Unity editor. The project with Project Tiny, we've introduced dots mode in the editor. This module transforms the editor to work with here dots data, giving you appropriate tools and context. This major evolution that lays the foundations of not just Project Tiny, but dots in general. When in dots mode, the editor provides you with specialized, highly modular architecture, which represents a subset of Unity's full features, along with purpose-built tools that give you fine control over file size. Dots, it's data-oriented something. Data-oriented technology stack. um, it's an entity component system. Right? And the idea of an entity component system is that things live very close to each other and are very tightly packed. And then you push that data through in a very tight loop and allows you to execute on a large number of entities all at once. Yeah. And that's how you get like you can get smooth movement at like 60 FPS with like 500 characters moving. You ever considered teaching? No. I'd be a horrible teacher. I honestly I don't know enough. Like in being entirely honest, I like actually don't know enough. Like I have it probably seems like I know more than I do. Right? Like so like I have an understanding of what's going on, right? So like I understand what it is. I understand the very basics of like how it functions on a surface level. I would not be able to like I don't have the knowledge required to teach it properly, right? Which is the problem. That's why I like I had to I like I know how to do some things, but like I don't have enough answers to be able to teach it properly. And I don't like when people put out tutorials or do teaching with bad information. It bothers me because you put people down the wrong road, right? But more explained. Tiny Yeah, but he's an artist, right? Does he program as well? So like one of the things that like was preventing me from doing more because like I was trying to get into doing Unreal tutorials, right? Kind of the but the problem that I was running into with Unreal. No, so like I actually know where my limitation is, right? And it's not a smart enough thing. It's that I haven't done enough, right? There will be a time when I'll be at a point where I could do it, right? But like so like the issue that I run into with like making tutorials and stuff like that is that like let's say that we want to make we want to do like full proper X or Y. Like let's say we want to do double jump in Unreal, right? And we want to animate it, right? With animations, right? So double jump in Unreal is actually really easy to do, right? You just change a number and you get double jump, right? On your character controller. But then the animation side of it is something that I'm not as familiar with. So I'll have to spend like a month going in and doing a deep dive personally to learn enough to do the thing, right? And it might take me longer than a month, right? Because like the idea is that like in order to do the thing, right? So if this is the like okay, so if we have this is skill, current skill, right? Right? Or current knowledge, right? We'll say instead of knowledge, it's skill. Instead of skill, think of it as knowledge, right? If your current knowledge is here, right? This might be enough to build things, and understand what's going on. But I don't like writing with my mouse. Give me a second. Where'd I put my glove? No, it's got to be around here somewhere. I am actually gonna need that glove. Here, glove. I'm always misplacing that fucking glove. But like it's so required. You know the one with the like the sheer glove with the for drawing. Anyways, so oh fuck. It's with the, like the two fingers. Like it actually allows you to like actually be able to do stuff. Okay, so let's do this. Right. Okay, so right, this is your knowledge. Let's just say that I spelt it right. Your knowledge level. Right? Let's say that your knowledge level is currently here. Right? This is enough to build things. And understand what you're building. The basics. Right? To teach, you need to be here. And to build the systems. Right? And the reason why you need to be able to build these systems, this would be for programming, right? So the reason why you need to be able to build the systems in order to really teach. Oh, I found it. Sorry, the reason why you need to be able to build the systems in order to teach is because you need to have that lower level understanding. So when somebody's like, "Oh, like," so you're like, "Okay, so we're doing it this way, right? This is the thing that we're building, right?" And then all it takes is one person being like, why? Why not this?" Right? Somebody says, "Why not this?" And then you need to have this level of understanding, or even maybe this level of understanding, to answer why not, right? Without misinforming this person. Because misinforming this person when they're first starting, if you misinform this person, you stunt their growth, right? So it's very important that you do not misinform this person. This person should never be misinformed, right? Everything should be done to avoid misinforming this person, because misinforming this person, they might go down and just be like, go and do this thing now for the next, couple of months. And then they find out that that this was wrong. Like your information of like, why not this? What you said was wrong, right? And now you've put them maybe months or years behind because you misinformed them. And I don't want to be that person. So like if you look at my Unreal tutorials, right, are all built for developers that already understand C++, right? So like right? So my tutorials require this level of knowledge, right? Like you must be this tall to work on to use my tutorials. Because they're built in such a way that like if you do not understand C++ and Unreal to X amount, don't watch my tutorials. Don't watch. Right? you, 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 you probably won't understand it, right? Get much out of it. Like you probably won't get much out of it if this is what we're looking for, right? So like I've had people actually comment on my videos about that. They're just like, this is barely like one guy was like, this is barely a tutorial. You started halfway through, and it's just like, if you didn't find this to be much of a tutorial, then it means that you are not at a skill level that is ready for this tutorial, right? Because it is a tutorial, and it is a full tutorial for for the thing that it was. It's just you need to already have an understanding of how Unreal works, and you need to have an understanding of C++, because I'm not covering the basics. Right. Another good way of putting it is like, imagine if I had like a very, very rudimentary understanding of anatomy, right? A very, very super rudimentary level of understanding of anatomy. And then I tried to teach an anatomy class, right? Somebody's gonna be like, yeah, but like why does the bone, like why does it move like that? Or like why is the shoulder like this? And it'll just be like, oh, because it is. Right? Like, yeah. So like I don't know what level he's at for like Tiny Nookie. I don't know where he's at for his anatomy, right? Like he could be at a point where he doesn't fully understand everything to a point that he feels comfortable teaching people. But yeah, like my understanding of a lot of this stuff that I'm working on is like, I know enough to get me by, but not to teach. There might be a day when I can teach though. But I think I've got to build a couple more games first. Respectable reason? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't I get unreasonably upset with people who put out tutorials with bad information. Or like when people put out tutorials and so this is specifically a programming thing, right? When people put out tutorials for programmers, new programmers, and they specifically teach bad habits, and then the reasoning is that like, oh, but it doesn't affect it in this project, right? So it doesn't matter. And it's just like you're teaching them bad habits, right? Where it's like, outside of a throwaway project, you would never do it this way, then you shouldn't be doing it in a tutorial. Right? If you're doing the tutorial and the answer is don't do this for a real project, then don't teach that in the tutorial. And I've seen way too many tutorials do that. Epic has done it. Epic used to do it all the time in their tutorials. They'd teach you things that they knew were bad, just to get just to get you to the point where like you understood like what was going on, or like how to do X or Y. But then they found out later that like people just continued doing that type of stuff, right? Because like a great example would be like Epic used to teach you to throw everything into tick, right? Because it was just an easy way to get something to happen on a clock, right? But you should not do that. You should do things using events, right? Like something happens, it fires an event that communicates to the thing that says execute this line of code, right? Rather than like have a boolean that's being tracked or a number that's being tracked every single tick, and then once it hits a certain threshold, then you execute something, right? Because that's wildly inefficient in Unreal, right? So you would never want to do that in a real game. But like it works fine for like a tutorial sized game that's like one level where you move your character minimal amounts and you fight nothing in a 2D space and stuff like that, right? So it's just like it's like uh people complained, and then also like it made their engine look bad too. Because people were like, I can't build performant games in Unreal because it's not performant enough. And it's just like, well, it is. It's if you use it right, it's performant. If you use it wrong, it can be wildly inefficient, right? It's the same idea with Unity, but I think Epic got tired of being compared to Unity on that one because like Unity stopped teaching that way a long time ago because it makes your engine look bad. Okay, so Unity audio. That's not what I wanted at all. Uh Unity DSP tutorial. How to make audio not Fmod. I see that Fmod is popular. This might be too old.
Greetings, folks. This is Scott with the Game Audio Institute, and I'm continuing a sort of a thing that I just did with the previous postmortem on the constellation thing that we were doing, Metasounds in Unreal. Okay, and if you watch that video, basically the conclusion I came to was I'm abandoning Unreal, we're going to Unity instead. So one of the things that needs to happen when I get into Unity is I need to know that there's an engine that I can do procedural audio or generative audio with inside Unity. So I guess the first thing to sort of talk about is the state of procedural audio in terms of where things are at, nowadays in 2023. So by procedural audio and generative audio, I mean individual notes that get triggered, or individual samples or drum sounds or whatever that get triggered in time by the game engine. Okay. And the first thing that I guess I'll mention in this particular case is that Unity cannot do this internally with any degree of accuracy by itself in any robust kind of way. Okay, it just does not happen. Now, you can take larger things, larger objects, larger groupings like 4-bar phrases or 2-bar phrases or 8-bar phrases and stitch them all together and have them happen at exact points in time and things like that. You can do that pretty easily and it'll work pretty well. You're using that usually, and you're going to be having to use in scripting, you have to use something called audio settings.dsp time. But all that being said, it's still not going to get you to this point if what you want is immediate generations of sounds on some sort of grid kind of thing, like individual sounds, individual notes, eighth notes, 16th notes, etc., that kind of thing. However, Unity is capable of working with lots of other cool tools that can allow you to do this kind of stuff, that can allow that kind of timing, that can also allow you to play synthesized sounds and things like that, and samples as well and stuff like that. But by itself internally, the generative audio, it just doesn't handle it very well. The timing is just not good. There's actually a lot of stuff that's out there, and a lot of it will build for all kinds of platforms and stuff like that. So, and I'll detail as much as I can about what's out there. But
I almost just want to say, like, what about Fmod and Unity dots? In Unity, Fmod refers to yes, but I want to communicate from dots to an audio something, right? How to trigger audio in Unity? How to trigger audio from dots. To trigger audio from dots in Unity, you need to create a system with your dots entity component that accesses the Unity audio system. Oh. Okay. Okay, so this is like the input system? I would like to have SFX play when each collision enter, but I don't know how to play the audio from ECS system. From an ECS system. I am on the right track. Am I on the right track? How can I play the audio? You are on the perfect track regarding the physics stuff. Now I know nothing about audio, so I might question in some non-physics related subform because your physics stuff is completely correct. Thanks for the feedback. I've been going down the dots physics rabbit hole for a couple of weeks now. I'm a beginner. Okay, so wait, did he get it working? Get component audio source. Thanks for this feedback. I'm excited about the vertex edge face collision info to do. From my research so far, it looks like dots audio is in early stages. So for now, we're using a load by loading and instantiating prefabs. Here is the first pass at playing an audio source in the position of the collision contact. That the cube after collision rotates. I don't care too much about that. Audio overview. Let's go to the Unity here. We go to dots, news and tech. Where's the dots one? Here's the dot one. Dots here, and then we do audio. Havoc physics, character controller, unit. Samples and docs. When using sense and when to use sense sections. For the past couple of days, I've been working my way through scene. When to use scenes, when to use scene sections. Audio? Search audio. Here we go. There's nothing. Oh, wait, no, wait. It's probably that, right? Yeah. Search for audio. No matches. Interesting. What the So this is graphics. I feel like a lot of this is like what was I can do? Unity dots play wave file.
Hey guys, welcome. Today I'm going to show you how to properly set up your music and sound effects in Unity so that you can play all your sounds from an audio mixer. This will let you use different effects for different sound groups, as well as control your volume with a slider from a menu. Let's get started. So I have a really simple scene here with a player and a test enemy, and if I hit the escape key, we've got a test menu. This currently doesn't do anything. We will go through that together. You don't need assets to follow along with this tutorial. However, all of the assets you see in this project can be downloaded for free. You can use them personally or commercially. That's totally up to you. I've left a link in the description. I hope you enjoy. So let's start off by just grabbing some sound effects first. I will leave a link to this down in the description below, but this is called Chip Tone, and it's just a really nice sound generator tool that you can use to download free sound effects. I'm going to click Hurt. I'm going to save that one, and again, and one more time. I'm just going to drag all of those into my sounds folder there. And I've just renamed those to Hurt 1, 2, and 3. So first, let's just get a sound effect playing when we damage our enemy. So what you might think that you want to do is, add an audio source to your enemy, and then let's just get a sound effect playing in our enemy health script right here where we call damage. So let's create a field for our audio clip. Right, so we've set up a private audio clip called audio sound clip. Let's also get a reference to the audio source called audio source. And let's get that component in our start function. And then down here, you could say audio source.clip equals damage sound clip. And then you can say audio source.play. And if we drag in a sound there, let's uncheck play on awake, and let's try that. Now, doing it this way, we can already see a problem, right? When we damage our enemy for the third time and we kill him because his health is at 3, we then destroy our enemy game object, which is going to destroy the audio source as well. So the damage clip is not going to play that third time, and that's definitely not what we want. So let's get rid of the audio source, and we'll get rid of these, and this, and this. So the solution that you might come across after looking into this is you can just directly call audio source.play clip at point, and you pass in a clip, which is our damage sound clip. We can also even give it a position in the world, so we'll just say transform.position, and you can also pass in a volume, and we'll just put it at full volume. So there's no audio source on our enemy, nothing like that, and yet, when we play, you can see that that fixes our issue. However, this introduces a new problem. If we do play focused, and we do that again, and there, it took me a couple of tries, but I managed to pause while it's actually got this object in scene. So if you do play clip at point, what it's actually going to do is temporarily create this game object in your scene, which has an audio source on it with your audio clip. Now remember, our goal with this video is to be able to control our volume with these sliders here. But in order to do that, we need to be able to access this output and put our audio mixer in here. And you cannot do that with play clip at point. There's just no way to access this audio source. So that is not what we want either. So what we're going to do is set up our own scripts to handle this. So inside my scripts folder and inside managers, I'm going to create a new C# script called sound effects manager. I'm going to create a new game object called sound effects manager. Let's reset the transform. I'm going to move that up here and assign sound effects manager to it. Let's open that up. Let's get rid of all this. Now I want to be able to call this very easily from anywhere. So we are going to do that by making this a singleton. So that is super easy to do. All we have to do is say public static sound effects manager instance, and then create an await function. And inside of there, say if instance is equal to null, then instance equals this. What that allows you to do is let's just set up a quick public void example function. If we call this from anywhere else, we can say sound effects manager.instance.example function. We can call it like that without having to grab the component or do anything like that. We can just call it directly. You only ever want to make something a singleton if you know there's only going to be one of them in the scene ever. So just be careful when you're setting these up. Let's get rid of this. So let's create a function that will essentially do the same thing that play clip at point did. So we want to instantiate a game object into the world. We want it to play the sound effect, and then we want it to destroy itself after the clip is done playing. So we're going to say public void play sound effects clip. And we know we're going to need to pass in some sort of audio clip. Let's call it audio clip. And just like play clip at point, I also want to pass in some sort of transform. Let's call that spawn transform. Okay, so how is this going to work? First, we want to...
This isn't... I don't think this is right. Unity DSP. Yeah, DSP.
So I'm in the Unity editor here, and I found a
Game audio plugin for Unity. I don't think this is it either. Maybe this? Optimizing. This guy usually has really good stuff. There's a Unity input system. How to make an audio system in Unity. Oh, wait. Custom. Here we go. Maybe? That's not at all what we want. Like, it's cool. What the guy did is cool, but like, it doesn't actually answer the problem that we're having. Like, how did he do that?
Hey everyone, my name's Trevor, and in this video, we're going to create an audio system in Unity using something called Fmod. We'll briefly go over what Fmod is, how it works with Unity, and whether or not it makes sense to use for your project. Then, starting from a simple 2D Unity project with no audio, we'll integrate Fmod into that project and set up a system around it for handling many common types of video game audio, including one-shot sounds like collecting these coins, looping sounds like the player's footsteps, audio by distance like the sound that's louder and pans around depending on the player's position relative to the coin, ambience like this wind sound in the background, and music that also plays in the background. We'll also cover how to make the sound adaptive to what's happening in the game, for example, crossfading one music track into another and making the wind ambience louder when we enter this blue section over here. And finally, we'll also hook up an in-game UI to let the player control the volume. And just to note, you don't need to know anything about Fmod before jumping into this tutorial, as I'll be doing everything step by step and giving a high-level explanation of the important parts of Fmod as we go. But with that said, I do have another video which acts as an ultimate quick start kind of tutorial for Fmod, which could be useful to watch either before or even after this tutorial to get a more in-depth understanding of Fmod and what it can do. And to be clear, I'm not sponsored by Fmod or anything. I've simply been using Fmod for my own project, and I've really enjoyed using it so far and wanted to share some of my approaches for integrating it with Unity since I haven't seen a ton of resources on that topic myself. And of course, everything we're going to do in this video can be found on the GitHub project, which will be linked in the description of this video. So the first thing I want to do is go over what Fmod is, since that's going to be a crucial part of the audio system we'll be creating. Fmod is an application used for organizing, managing, and interacting with video game audio, and it specializes in creating what's referred to as adaptive audio. That just means that the audio needs to change or adapt according to things that are happening within the video game. In short, any audio-related logic, including things like randomization of audio, audio by distance, varying effects, transitions between music, mixing the audio, and much more all happen within Fmod. From there, the Unity project just needs to worry about when to play that audio, and in some cases how to play it through the use of something called parameters, which we'll go over in more detail.
Are you ever scrolling on social media, someone says something, you see their content and then say, no, what does Saibu mean?
Later in this video. Having this clear separation of concerns is really nice for a lot of reasons, the main one being that it simplifies the code you need to write on the Unity side, since you can let Fmod do the heavy lifting for any audio-related logic. This can also be a huge plus if you have a dedicated audio team, since they'll likely find Fmod a lot more familiar to work in rather than working directly in Unity. As for pricing, it's completely free to use for non-commercial use and for indie developers. However, there is a fee if your revenue or budget exceed a certain amount, so be sure to check out.
Shut your bitch ass up. Maybe? I don't know.
Fmod's licensing page for the most up-to-date information. And of course, Fmod has direct support for Unity, but it also has direct support for Unreal Engine 4 and 5. That said, any game engine can integrate with Fmod through their API, it'll just be more work to do so, and it's worth noting that there are some community-made integrations out there for some of the more popular game engines like Godot. If you clicked on this video, you're likely using Unity, but the key takeaway here is that if you decide to switch game engines in the future, you'll be able to take your knowledge of Fmod and then apply that elsewhere. And the last thing I'll mention is that Fmod is somewhat of an industry standard for video game audio with a huge roster of companies and games that have used it. So to sum this up, should you use Fmod to handle your game's audio? Fmod is a very powerful tool with a lot of depth to it, meaning it can do a lot of really fancy things with video game audio in a really smart way. However, that does come with a somewhat steep learning curve, especially if you're not familiar with basic audio engineering terminology, since that's used a decent amount when reading the Fmod documentation. I personally think it's well worth the effort to learn both Fmod and a bit of audio engineering if you want to be a well-rounded game developer. However, it's certainly worth considering, especially if you're a beginner and already overwhelmed by all the other things involved in making a game. So in the end, you'll have to determine for yourself if the time investment for learning those things is worth it to you or not. Second, a big reason you'd want to use Fmod is for its adaptive audio features. Video games are full of use cases for adaptive audio, so even if you're not really considering that at the moment, it's likely you'll want some of those features at some point. However, if you're expecting your game to have really simple audio, Fmod might be overkill and you could be better off just sticking with Unity's built-in way of handling audio instead. There are certainly other things to consider, but for most, I imagine it boils down to a couple of questions that you should ask yourself. First,
I think the answer might just be Fmod, to be honest. Let's see, Fmod Unity. Like it's here, but like since I'm teaching you new Gen Z lingo, you want to know what 6.7 is? Sure, why not? How to play Fmod audio from Unity dots. Audio in a pure dots game. Here we go. So 6.7 can make a lot of sense in situations, so much so that it doesn't make sense. Like you can finish all day until night. What? Fish. So like you can fish all day until night? I'm so confused. I don't think I get it. They made a See, it makes sense, but why would you do? I don't get it. How does 6.7 have anything to do with fishing all day until night? I am so utterly lost. Where's audio here? Actually, you know what? These guys actually might have general audio. Don't focus on it just being numbers. It is just numbers though. Do the numbers have meanings? Like as far as I'm aware, they are just numbers right now. They have no meaning. Let's see. This asset heavily uses a mix of procedural animation control. Wait, what? No, that's not it. Is it? By modifying a simple event reaction system class as below. Any suggestions? It's just like saying type shit. I don't get it. Wait, what's going on here? Hello, I'm curious if it's possible to trigger audio playback based on an event in an animation. Playable. Missed opportunity to bridge ECS jobs with animations, VFX, and audio. Just like an extra system that any game with ECS. Now I'm using entities. Okay, so from my understanding, wait, this is the wrong one. this is the one that I was meaning to ask and look at. Audio. There is no performance to be gained by having your sound system in ECS. It an event-driven system. All you need is a singleton entity with the Unity reference object linked to it to a sound manager. Go and you send an event to play a given audio. Only AI, navigation AI. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so this makes sense. So effectively it's the exact same thing as the input system. Okay. That's all that matters. Where was I?
First, is it worth my time to learn Fmod? And second, do I want adaptive audio in my game? If you answer yes to both of those questions, I can confidently recommend Fmod and hence the system we're going to build in this tutorial. But if you answer no to either of those questions or just aren't sure, I suggest doing a bit of research yourself to see if Fmod would be a good fit for your game or not. And as mentioned towards the beginning of this video, I do have another video that digs deeper into Fmod and what you can do with it, which might also help you in making that decision. So with all that said, let's finally get into how the actual audio system is going to work, starting with understanding how Fmod is going to interact with Unity. You'll typically have a single Fmod project that corresponds to your Unity project, and all of your audio files will be stored in the Fmod project. From there, you'd use those audio files, also referred to as assets within Fmod, to create what are called events. An event can be made up of a single sound clip or multiple sound clips, and you can also add internal logic and varying effects to those events directly within Fmod. For example, you might have a really simple event like a coin collected event, which just plays a one shot of a single sound clip. Or you might have a more complex event like an event that makes up all of the ambience for a level, which contains different sound clips for thunder and rain, where the rain has a reverb effect on it and the thunder sound happens at a random frequency. Next, taking that ambience example, let's say we enter an extra rainy area of the
Yeah, but TikTok's UI when you are not logged in and using their platform is actual dog shit. I don't when I accidentally click through to a TikTok video because I'm not logged in, it like barely functions. and I'm not even sure if I'm watching the right clip or anything like that. It's a fucking mess. It is a horrible, horrible, shitty mess. It's so bad. Their UI is so fucking terrible. I imagine it's great if you're using the platform, but like their UI is the worst UI I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I've used B2B software at work. It's worse than like 90% of B2B software. I don't understand how that platform became popular.
The game, and we want the thunder to happen more frequently and the rain to sound heavier. The great thing about FMOD is that it's actually really easy for us to adapt that event to what's happening in the game, and we do this by parameterizing the
I have never and will never install their app. So the website, yeah, their website is garbage. I don't think that they know how to build websites. I'm sure their app is great. It's where 100% of the money goes. The fucking app. Their web app is their website is fucking trash.
event. For example, giving it two variables, one called rain intensity and another called thunder frequency. Then our game code can tell FMOD at any point to increase or decrease those variables, which in FMOD we can make those variables correspond to both the reverb effect on the rain, making it sound more or less intense, or how frequently thunder happens by simply changing its frequency. And next, after we have some events that we want to use in our game.
Well, there's a reason, right? Okay, so one, it's just like the type of like TikTok isn't made for me, right? Like I'm not the target audience of TikTok. The other thing is that like TikTok will not last. Right? Like TikTok's going away. Right? It's only a matter of time before every single country bans TikTok. Every single Western country is going to ban TikTok. It's a matter of when, not if. Right? And unless the government is like beholden to like unless the country in question is deeply corrupt, right? They will ban it for all the same reasons that the US is wanting to ban it, right? So like the issue is that like TikTok is actually ran by the Chinese government, right? There is no separation, right, between TikTok and the Chinese government. And there's a lot of smoke screens in the way, but at the end of the day, it is ran by the Chinese government, right? And the Chinese government has openly stated that they do not like the West and they would like to destroy the West, right? So like any Western power, any Western country should be banning it, right? So like whether or not like you agree with that or like you care or not is kind of irrelevant because like eventually it will get banned, right? So like I just don't see the point in using it, right? And then like the bill in the US that was that's supposed to ban TikTok, it explicitly states that it needs to be an adversarial government. Right? So like it's not a ban TikTok bill. It's a bill that states that if an app is ran by a adversarial government, then it should be banned. And it's just like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, okay. and yeah, it does all the same invasive bullshit that that like Facebook and Twitter or X and all the other social platforms do. But it's putting it into a Chinese database that the Chinese government has access to, direct access to. Not like we can ask them for records, direct access, right? They have a direct pipeline, right? So it's just like, okay, so like it just makes sense to not want that for the people in your country. So like the Americans are going to ban it unless they sell off the division to an American company, right? Which I get why they wanted to sell to an American company, but like it should just it needs to be sold entirely to a non-adversarial government or a company in a non-adversarial government fashion or whatever, right? And then then the problem goes away. But I don't also like there's no monetization, right? People have ran numbers. It's very hard to get people off of TikTok onto other platforms. So like there doesn't seem to be really any benefit for me by using TikTok. And like Instagram and YouTube can solve the same problem, like can serve the same content as TikTok. So I've never found a reason to go to it. Like, right? I don't want to invest into a platform that will eventually get banned, or fail, one of the two, right? And then, especially one that's really difficult to get people off of or monetize, right? So, although it's changing, like I think TikTok's starting to get better for monetization, specifically with their live streams, I think. But then you have to do vertical, and I don't like doing vertical. So I don't know. Teach their own. But yeah, no, I'm never gonna install that app. A lot of TikTok is advertising for the shop. Yeah, and I'm not gonna do that. Right? Like I don't want to have like a sales stream where it's like buy this thing, go to the shop. Not really like I don't think that I have the audience. I don't really have the audience for it, and I don't think I'd be able to breed like foster the audience for it. And then like I don't know, like I look at TikTok and I'm just like I don't understand it. I can just scroll shorts on uh Instagram and YouTube if I want that style of content, right?
We can assign those events to what's called a bank. You can think of a bank as just a collection of events of some similar type, although it is important to note that a bank also gives us control over which events are loaded into memory at any given time for the game. And once events are added to different banks, you can build the fmod project, which compiles those banks down into files, which is what Unity will actually interact with to play events, change parameters, and so on. So that's the gist of how fmod works, but now let's talk about how we're going to interact with fmod on the Unity side. We'll likely have a bunch of scripts in our project that need to play audio at any given time, and the first step here is for those scripts to be able to reference whatever fmod event they need to play. We could reference an fmod event directly from that script, which is a completely fine way to go about it, but then you'll have a bunch of event references throughout your project, which I personally find a bit difficult to manage as the project grows. While completely optional, in this tutorial we're going to create a singleton class called fmod events, which will contain references to all of the fmod events in the project. If you end up with a lot of events, you might want to break that down into multiple singleton instances, or even use something like scriptable objects to store those event references instead. But again, for this video, we're going to keep things simple and just use one singleton class called fmod events. So with that, any script will be able to easily reference an fmod event, and the next step is going to be creating a way to play that event. To do that, we're going to create another singleton class called the audio manager, which is going to be responsible for most things audio related in the game and will also be our main way of interacting with fmod. So let's go through each example we're going to implement in this tutorial and see how each one's going to work. For one-shot sounds like collecting a coin, it's pretty straightforward since the fmod runtime manager has a play one-shot method we can use. So any script could call the audio manager, passing in the event it wants to play, and the audio manager would just use that play one-shot method to play the audio. Next, for looping sounds like player footsteps, for example, we'll need to create what's referred to as an event instance, which lets us play, stop, or control parameters for a specific event. There's a bit of setup and cleanup involved when dealing with event instances, so we'll create the instance through the audio manager by passing it the event we want to use, and then let the audio manager handle that setup and cleanup. Then the script can play, stop, or set parameters on the event however it needs to. Next, to accomplish audio by distance, like the coin idle sound we'll be implementing later, we'll need to use something called an event emitter, which also requires some setup and cleanup. So we'll initialize those through the audio manager as well, and then deal with them much like we do the event instances. We'll dig into event emitters later in this video, but for now, just know they work more or less like event instances where we can play or stop them as needed. And next, for ambience, we'll have a single event that represents the ambience for the entire scene, and then when the audio manager starts up, it'll create an event instance and then start playing it automatically. Then we can control that ambience event through the use of parameters by adding trigger areas in the scene, where when the player enters a trigger area, we'll inform the audio manager to change a parameter for the ambience event. Then for music, it's going to be the exact same as we did for ambience, except we'll use a string parameter to separate out different music tracks, and the trigger area will allow us to switch between those tracks by changing that parameter. As for how we transition between those tracks, like crossfading them, for example, we'll handle all of that on the fmod side. And last, to allow volume control within the game, fmod has a mixing section that we're going to set up with different groups for music, ambience, and sound effects. Then we can manage the volume for each of those groups from the audio manager code. From there, we can easily hook up a user interface to control the volume on the audio manager, which will in turn keep those changes in sync with the fmod groups. It could make sense to do a separate volume manager for that part, but we're just going to do everything in the audio manager for this.
All right, let's just go let's get fmod downloaded. Ugh. Sign in. Sign in. Wait, what? Wait, is fmod in the asset store? Unity asset store. So you think you'd have a demo ready for the next Steam Next Fest? When is the next Steam Next Fest? When is the next Steam Next Fest? June. March, April, May, June? No. No, I don't think I'll have one for June. Actually, you know what? Maybe. It's it's not entirely impossible. I think October's next fest would be more in line of what I would be possibly doing. But we'll see. I don't even know when, like, I don't know when I'm going to have a Steam page, to be honest. Because, like, in order to have like a proper Steam, like, you really want to make sure that your Steam page is like set up a very specific way before you go live at all, like, period. Because it starts clicking it starts cycling a clock, or it starts the clock on interaction, right? So you need to be able to present your game in, so you need like a logo, you need like if we go to like will you snail, right? And we go to the Steam page for it. We look at this, right? We need like a video, a good video that I catch a catching video, right? For this. We need this. We need the banner. I think there's a banner here when this isn't being played. Right? So you need like a banner, you need this, you need all of this stuff here and stuff like that. And I don't know when I'm going to have enough of the game done to actually produce something like this. But you need all of this stuff for in order to start your Steam page, right? And then once you get your Steam page started, then you can start applying for like Next Fest and stuff like that. So it's a bit of an interesting one. Oh, interesting. Anyways, so I need to do my hair. Yeah, just a little bit. Sorry, where was I with the asset store? Yeah, the Unity asset store. I was gonna go look to see if Fmod was here. There it is, Fmod. F. Wait, why is this Fmod for 2.2? Oh, wait, what? Am I logged in? Before I do anything, I'm just gonna bring this over here into my assets. Am I logged in? There we go. Okay, yeah, I was.
So we're just kind of switching back.
There we go. Fmod, super important. Okay, so we have that, and now all we need to do is we need Studio, and we're going to be using 2.3. So we want for Windows. Wait, but what are the differences here? Oh, for running with a custom engine. Okay. Third-party add-ons. Audio Rain is a real-time rains. Interesting. Motors. Audio motors for a real-time vehicle engine. Valuation. Interesting. That's kind of cool. What it? I bet this is like really crazy good. Oh, it is. It's like super intense. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
this tutorial, and alternatively, if you wanted to, you could easily switch out any interactions with the audio manager using Unity events instead, but for this video, we're going to stick with the singleton approach. So I know that was a ton of info, but we're going to reiterate a lot of that information throughout the implementation we do, so as long as you understand the gist of what's going on, you should be okay. To sum up this entire system though, on the Fmod side, we create events using audio files which are organized into banks, which the Unity project can then interact with by playing those events, stopping those events, or even controlling those events through the use of parameters. On the Unity side, we're going to keep references to all of those events in a singleton class called Fmod events, and then interact with those events using another singleton class called the audio manager, so that any script in the project can easily trigger audio, and that's how it's all going to work. So finally, let's get into actually implementing this. To save some time, we're going to start off with a project I've already created, which is this really simple platformer level where the player just runs around and collects coins. It's separated out where there's
What?
this
I
gray
have
area
to
and then this blue area, which later in the
reboot?
video will adapt
I
background
don't
music and
wanna
ambience depending
reboot.
on which area the player is in, but don't worry too much about that until later in the video. And to save some more time, I already created the volume control UI menu. It's just not hooked up to anything yet, so it doesn't do anything, and I'll go over the important parts of this when we get to that section of the video. But otherwise, it's a relatively simple scene, and the focus of this tutorial is on the audio system, so I'm not really going to cover things in this project outside of that, but I will try to give any other appropriate context as needed throughout the video. The first thing we're going
Okay, so I have to restart. Do. Restart anyways. How many screens are you looking at? One here, one here, and one here. This is what you guys see. This one. This is my main computer right here, like my main screen, the one actually gets displayed, right? Because this is OBS. Right there is OBS. Then this is what you guys see. Like this is my main screen, the one that I'm streaming to you guys. That's currently black. And then this one here is my side screen for this one. But there's also a screen right there and a screen beside it. That screen's off though. What? What? Thank you. The two that are like to the left of me on the side there, those are like my two old monitors that I replaced. Replaced with these two. Yeah. So like there so I only have like I only have two monitors that are not 1080, right? All my monitors are 1080p except for the two main computer monitors. They're 4K, I think. I want to say 4K. And the 4K nature of them actually gets in the way.
adapt the background music
It actually causes problems. $4K causes so many problems for me. No, so like the problem is that like I have an ATEM, right? Which reminds me I need to like this ATEM Mini Extreme, it only supports 1080p. It doesn't support 4K. And like Twitch doesn't allow streaming 4K right now anyways. So it's not like it really matters. So like I was just sticking on 1080p because it was easier. But because when I upgraded to 4K monitors, right? I had to upgrade my capture card because my capture card wouldn't capture 4K, right? But then I ran into the problem of like I wanted to be so like it becomes a hardware issue, right? So there's a bunch of hardware issues with 4K that get in my way, right? So in order to capture my desktop screen into the ATEM so I can stream it out to you guys, I need a bidirectional SDI HDMI 12G converter. Right? Like I need this. So this downscales my 4K signal into a 1080p signal that I can then push into the ATEM. And it's just like it's so annoying. It's such a hassle.
and ambience depending on which area the player is in, but don't worry too much about that until later in the video. And to save some more time, I already created the volume control UI menu. It's just not hooked up to anything yet, so it doesn't do anything, and I'll go over the important parts of this when we get to that section of the video. But otherwise, it's a relatively simple scene, and the focus of this tutorial is on the audio system, so I'm not really going to cover things in this project outside of that, but I will try to give any other appropriate context as needed throughout the video. The first thing we're going to do is install Fmod and get that set up with Unity. We'll need to install Fmod Studio, which can be found on Fmod's official website, and then we'll open it up and create a new blank
And it requires a goddamn fucking reboot.
project. For right now, just save this anywhere outside of your Unity project by going to File, Save As, and then call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it Audio System Fmod Project. Next, we'll also need to install the Unity integration plugin. You could do this through Fmod's official website if you wanted to, but I think it's a lot easier to install through Unity's package manager, so we're going to do that instead. On the
Which reminds me, we want to open up that. All right, let's get onto the let's get everything reopened here. O times 3. Yeah. Yeah, switching to 4K was a pain in my fucking ass. Makes everything more expensive too. Like hardware is substantially more expensive the higher resolution that you go. Like there we go.
Unity Asset Store, just search for Fmod for Unity, and you're looking for the verified one by Fmod, and then as long as you're logged
Okay, let's bring this up here. We'll do package manager. Then it's my assets, and we want Fmod. Oh, look, it's down at the it's right there. And look, I got myself this. The Unreal to Unity 2025. Hell yeah. I feel like he's going to release another one of these in 2026. Import to project. The first thing that we have to do after we import this, the first thing that we have to do is we actually have to run it to see if it works. Right? We have to actually do a build to see if it will actually work.
and click the Add to My Assets button here. Then in your Unity project, you can go to Window, Package Manager, and then make sure My Assets is selected from this dropdown, and then we'll click on Fmod, and then click the Import button to import Fmod into the project. And I'm not completely sure if everything here is needed or not, but for this video, we're just going to leave everything checked and then press Import again. Then we can close out of the Package Manager window, and we'll see another window called Fmod Setup Wizard. We'll click Start, which takes us to the updating section of the wizard, and pretty much if you see green check marks throughout the process, that means you're good to go
Start. Hell yeah, green check marks.
for that section. But if for some reason you don't see green check marks, you can click on the corresponding button and then use this tool that pops up to try and automatically fix whatever needs fixing. Updating looks good, so we'll press Next. For linking, we have that Fmod Studio project that we just created, so we'll link that.
Shit. Can I click away from this? Import a custom package. We need to go to downloads. Please have the Fmod stuff. I don't see it. That's not great. Can we go to library? Because I don't see the Fmod here. These are there's no Fmod, right? Yeah, I don't see Fmod in here. Where is, let's go to Fab. This one. If I download for Unreal, I think the Unreal one has the Fmod in it. Download. Oh, okay. That's cool. Let's add this to Truck-kun. We'll add it to that one. Yes. Then if I open up that project now, like if we go to local projects, Unreal, we go to Truck-kun, we go to, what was it under? It was under content. I know it's in here somewhere. There is an Fmod thing in here. Here we go. Okay. Where is his F? Is it not there anymore? I could have swore he had an Fmod specifically for this. Like there was actually I could have swore that this guy had Fmod in this, like an Fmod project in here. Maybe it's like actually in the project and it needs to be exported. I don't think so because like I don't have Fmod installed into this project. I don't think this is it. It's what I'm here for. I'm here to scare you. At least it worked. Good times. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, they're not here anymore. Huh. I could have swore there was an Fmod project. Part of this. See, 6. Yes, there's supposed to be an Fmod thing here, but I'm not seeing it. Wind noise audio settings. Uh okay. Fmod Studio. open project. Sup? How are things? I'm gonna say content. I don't think it's here. Like, I think it goes into a different folder, but I don't remember what folder it goes into. Because it's not in here. There's no fmod in these. Is it in queues? No, I don't think that it's in. What is it? It's .fs. Oh, there it is, right there. External content. I found it. Wait, does that mean that it's also in the Unity one? .fs. I don't think it's in the Unity one. Like I don't think that it's in Unity. It's not. Okay, it's definitely not in the Unity one. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Not crazy. Here we go. So if we go to here and we look for external content. External content. Here it is. There it is. And then we go like this. We go to local projects, Unity. Assets. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to bring over that entire folder, external content, and then we'll clean it up. Because I think this is just like, yeah, this is all like, yeah, this is perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can get back to that tutorial. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one.
Using this top option, browsing to where we save the project, and then selecting.
Okay, so now we can go back to Unity. I feel super intoxicated. I am so confused as to what is going on there. I should log off. Okay, so he was saying that what we want is
Updating looks good, so we'll press next. For linking, we have that Fmod Studio project that we just created, so we'll link that using this top option, browsing to where we save the project, and then selecting.
Okay, so then we come into here. Close that.
In the Fmod Studio.
Okay, so Wait, where was
So
it?
we'll press next. For linking, we have that Fmod Studio project that we just created, so we'll link that using this top option, browsing
Open Fmod Studio project. Then we go to local project, Unity, Truck-kun, assets, external content, open.
to where we save the project, and then selecting the Fmod Studio project file. Then the listener is just something that Fmod uses to play certain types of events correctly, using this top option, browsing to where we save the project, and then selecting the Fmod Studio project file. Then the listener is just something that Fmod uses to play certain types of events correctly, like those that require positional information. This section is basically going to switch out the Unity default audio listener for the Fmod one, and in my experience, it's best not to mix Unity's default audio components with Fmod, so if you have listener show up here, just click the replace Unity listener with Fmod audio.
I don't know how I feel about that. Whatever. You're biohacking? Okay.
Audio listener button to switch those out. Same thing here where we don't want the mix audio systems, so we'll want to disable Unity's default audio by clicking this disable built-in audio button. And if you previously had audio sources set up from Unity's default audio system, you could switch them out here, but in our case we don't, so we can just hit next. And last, if you're using Git source control, it's a good idea to add these to your .gitignore file for your Unity project, so we'll just paste that at the bottom of ours and then save it.
The listeners, though, we. Oh. Interesting. I do have the ability to do reach deep state of meditation without much effort. This is the result. Interesting. Okay, where's our get ignore? I think the get ignore I've been editing with Visual Studio. Open a file. We go to local project, Unity, Truck-kun, and we open up our get ignore.
And at the end, we'll see that all of these have green check marks, which means we should be good to go. Then we can click the close button to finish the setup process. And just to note, you may get some errors or warnings in your console while setting this up, but these should be resolved after you finish the setup wizard, so you can clear the console and only worry about warnings or errors if they show up again after this. Our first goal is going to be playing a really simple sound so we can get a good foundation built out. And the first thing we need to do is actually import some sound files into the Fmod project that we can use. In Fmod, audio files are referred to as assets, so we can click on this assets tab and drag in any audio files we want to use for our project. When we installed Fmod Studio, it came with an examples project along with a bunch of example assets that can be used for educational purposes. All of the files I just dragged in are
Okay, so then we can close and we can install this. There we go. And then what we're going to do is clear that, and then we're going to do a build. I have a hard time describing things in words. That's fine. Lol, got the add-on? Yeah, I got the add-on. I figured it was worth it. I thought about it. I thought about it for a couple days, and I was just like, "Fuck it, time to do it. We're just gonna buckle down, call it a day, get that done." Oh, it's because I've got it open? Wait, no, don't have it open? Directory not found. Give me 1 second. Directory not found exception could not find a part of the path. What? Uh, what? What? It's probably this. There we go. I bet that was it. But I feel truly fucked up. That's not good. Version. Is that it? I don't think that was the error. I think they're changing part of the error here. Is it because the folder doesn't exist? Maybe. Like if I come into here and we do new folder and we do build. Desk. Okay, so now that folder exists. So maybe it was like a problem with not being able to get into the folder. Like Unity doesn't want to build the folder. To do Windows, entities, journaling. How do I enable entity journaling? Oh, it did. It didn't give me the full error. That's cool. I love it when that happens. So we're gonna do that. Entities. So this is under preferences, right? To do entities, enable. Okay, let's try this again. This is an fmod plugin thing. Is fmod not compatible with Unity 6? Fmod Unity 6. Is it, what was the error? Invalid operation. Fmod Unity 6. What version of fmod integration are you using? Load banks. refresh banks? Uh, this isn't even the right. I didn't want it to open this at all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for opening up a browser that I didn't want to open. Oh. I'll be right back. Okay, so fmod. So what's the I am so confused as to what is going on here. What? Okay. And then we go to external content. There. And then we've got that. Open. Oh. If I do. Hmm. The fmod studio project does not contain any built banks. Please build your oh. Hey, I figured it out. Fmod studio build banks.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Fmod in 2 minutes, the series for beginners in game audio implementation. Today we're talking about banks. Now you may have noticed after adding events to your Fmod project that you get this lovely label that says #unassigned. What this means is that you haven't assigned your event to a bank. Now in order to hear the sounds that you've arranged in your Fmod in the game engine, we have to create a build from Fmod. But before that we have to add our sounds to a bank. If you right click and press assign to bank, browse, you'll see that at the moment we only have one bank, just a master.
I think this is it, right? Yeah.
Master bank for everything, which is fine. We could definitely send them all here. However, it's sometimes better practice to create more than one bank by going
Wait, banks.
to the banks window, creating a new bank, and perhaps creating one for music, maybe creating one just for sound effects. You could also go one further, depending on the game and the size of the project. Perhaps it's more efficient to have one per level. Now, the reason we do this is because it saves a lot on processing power and CPU power, and your game devs are going to be a lot happier with you if it takes less power to load up your Fmod project. Once we're happy with adding all of the tracks to their relevant bank, for instance, the music bank, like we just discussed, we can go up to File and Build, and our project is now ready to be heard inside the game engine. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you
Okay, so file and build. Why is this not working? There's banks. Edit. File. Build. Build all platforms. Okay. What if, hear me out, we go like this, and we go, hey, they should be built now. Do I need to save? Is that it? What? But, when using Oh, wait a second. Build. Oh, wow, that's in a very different spot than I was expecting. Okay, so this goes all the way back to Truck-kun, Fmod, desktop. Oh, so if we do multi-platform build, then we go back to Truck-kun, Fmod, desktop, select folder. This is confusing. uh, like this is what I care about. Where is it? Oh, here it is. There's your idle at 900. So wait, can I just take these? No, bank. So build. Did it build? Wait, so is it built? Did it build? Is it gonna work? I think this fixed it. Maybe? It worked. It worked. That was only slightly annoying. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay. Sweet. We've got that working.
Are ones I picked out from that examples project, excluding the 2 coin sounds which I made myself. I'll put a direct link in the description of this video if you want to go grab the exact sound files that I'm using right now. To start off simple, we're going to create an event for the sound that happens when a coin is collected. In the events tab, we'll right click and then select a new 2D action since the game we're working in is in 2D. This creates an event starting with an action sheet and we'll just call it coin collected. An action sheet is great for really simple sounds like one-shot sounds, which is exactly what the coin collected sound is going to be. Timelines on the other hand make more sense if the event needs to have a concept of time, and we'll see examples of that later in this video, so don't worry about that for right now. Next, under the assets tab, we'll go into the SFX coin folder and then drag in the coin collected audio file to the event. And if we play the event, it just plays the sound a single time, which is exactly what we want to happen when we collect the coin, so we'll leave it at that. Next, to be able to actually see this event from our Unity project, it needs to be added to a bank. We'll click on the banks tab here and then we'll see that there's already a master bank. Something to note here is that the master bank contains data about the entire FMOD project, and you don't want to delete this unless you're replacing it with another master bank, so leave that as it is. We'll right click in this section and create a new bank which we'll call SFX. From there, back in the events tab, we can right click on our event, assign the bank, and then select the SFX bank we just created. You'll notice that the unassigned tag here will disappear, and if we check our banks, we'll see the event show up under the
Let's see here. Fmod move events between projects. Oh, that's it? Okay, so what we want to do is new. And then we want this. Copy. We open this one in here up and then we do paste. It worked. There we go. There's our master bank. And inside of our master bank, I want the do I do new bank or no? What is this? We'll circle back to this. Just
for the SFX bank. And that's actually everything we need to do on the Fmod side for the coin collected event. Now we just need to build the Fmod project by going to File and then Build, and it'll compile down those banks into a build folder in the project where we can see that each file corresponds to each of our banks, and that's what Unity will interact with. That means that anytime we change things in the Fmod project, we do need to do a build so that those changes show up on the Unity side. There is a live update feature to get around this where changes will directly apply to your Unity project without having to build every time, but I'm not going to cover setting that up in this video. Back in Unity, one of the first things we need to do is set the attenuation object Fmod will use. For events that have a concept of where the player is at for things like painting volume or audio by distance, Fmod needs to know which object in the scene to use for those calculations. Typically, this is going to be the player character, so that's what we're going to use. We can set the attenuation object by clicking on the main camera in the scene where we'll have this Fmod Studio Listener component, and then we can just click and drag the player game object into that slot. Next, let's create the audio manager and get that set up to play a one
wait. Why is there two Fmod studio listeners? That's not right. Remove component.
one-shot sound. In the scripts directory of the project, we'll create an audio folder, and then in there we'll create a script called Audio Manager, and then double-click it to open it up. We can remove these placeholder methods, and as mentioned earlier, this is going to be a singleton class, meaning only one of them can exist in the scene at a time, and all of our scripts will be able to access it. So let's set that up by creating a public static Audio Manager instance with a private setter, and then we'll create an await method where if the instance is null, we'll log an error to let ourselves know that somehow more than one Audio Manager ended up in the scene. But otherwise, we'll set the instance to this Audio Manager. So that sets up the class as a singleton where we can access it through the instance variable. But now let's add a way to play that coin collected sound as a one-shot sound. Or in other words, we want the sound to just play once and then stop. We'll need to add a using statement for Fmod Unity up at the top, and then we can create a new public method called play one shot that takes in an event reference called sound, which will be the event that gets played, and a vector 3 called world position, which is where in the game world that event will play from. Then we can actually play that by calling runtime manager.play one shot and pass along those two variables to that, where this runtime manager is from the Fmod Unity package. Back in the Unity editor, under this manager's game object in the scene, we'll create a new empty game object and call it audio manager, and then drag over the audio manager script we just created to add it to the scene. Next, we can finally add some code to actually play the coin collected sound. Each coin in this project has a coin script attached to it, so let's open that up. We could play that coin collected sound from a couple of places, but in the coin script, there's a collect coin method that gets called when the player collects the coin, so that's where we're going to play the sound. At the top, we'll add a statement for using Fmod Unity, then we'll add a serialized field private event reference variable called coin collected sound, and then to play that sound in the collect coin method, we'll call audio manager.instance.play one shot and then pass in the coin collected event reference and the position of this coin. Now back in the Unity editor, we'll see this section here for the event reference for the coin collected event, and we can select that event by clicking the search button and then selecting the coin collected event from the Fmod project. And of course, since I have a bunch of these coins in the scene, I'll apply that to the prefab as well, so that way it applies to all of them. Then let's go into play mode and make sure your editor isn't muted, and we'll see that when we collect the coin, the sound plays just like we wanted it to. Now, as mentioned earlier in the How It Works section of this video, referencing events like this directly from the script is completely fine. However, as the project grows, these references end up all around the project, which I personally don't care for. So this next part is optional, but I do think there are some benefits to having all of the event references in a single place, so that's what we're going to do. In the scripts audio directory, we'll create another new C# script called Fmod events, and then double-click that and open it up. Then we'll set this one up as a singleton class as well by creating a static instance and adding an await method where we'll log an error if the instance has already been initialized, but otherwise we'll set the instance to this. And then up at the top, we'll add a using statement for Fmod Unity, and last we'll add a public event reference for the coin collected event where we can get the variable publicly, but the setter is private. And if you haven't seen this field syntax here before, when you have a public getter and a private setter like we're doing right now, it doesn't automatically show up in the Unity editor even with the serialized field portion. If you add this field keyword, it does, so that's why we're using the syntax. Now back in Unity, we'll create a new empty game object under the audio manager called Fmod events, and then drag in the Fmod event script to add it to the scene. And of course, we'll also select the coin collect event in this section here. Now back in the coin script, we can clean this up a bit. We can remove this using statement for Fmod Unity and the event reference variable. Then when we call the audio manager to play the event, we'll reference the Fmod events instance to get the event reference we want to play. Then we can go back into play mode to see this working just like it was before. Except with this setup, we'll be able to view all of the Fmod event references in a single spot of the project, and it also cleans up the code in our other scripts a bit. And that pretty much does it for playing one-shot sounds with the system. Next, let's do something a bit more complicated and add footstep sounds for the player. Back in Fmod, in the Events tab, we'll create a new event, choose the new 2D timeline option, and then call this player footsteps. Rather than using a single audio clip for this event, we're going to use multiple audio clips along with some logic to shuffle them each time the event plays. We can do this by creating what's called a multi-instrument by right-clicking in this track section here and then selecting the multi-instrument option. Then on the Assets tab under the SFX player folder, we can drag in all 4 of these footstep sounds to add them to the multi-instrument. By default, this is already set up to shuffle sounds, which is exactly what we want, so we can leave this as is. And also, the timeline is a bit small, so just to note, you can zoom in or out on the timeline using the open and close bracket key shortcuts. So we'll zoom in a bit and make the instrument zone a bit smaller as well, just to be closer to the sound clip lengths. And we'll see if we play the event, it shuffles between the sound clips each time the event is played. So right now this acts a lot like the action sheet where we play it once and then it stops, but for the player footsteps event we actually want to loop it. Since we're using a timeline sheet for this event, we can do that by right-clicking on this black bar at the top and then selecting add loop region and then dragging this out for the section that we want to loop on the timeline. And you'll notice as well, depending on the size of this loop region, the sounds play more or less frequently, so we can play around with that to get an appropriate frequency for our player's run animation. Alternatively, we could call the event over and over again from our code without looping at all, which might work better for some games, but we're going to stick with this loop technique for this tutorial. Then remember to assign this event to the SFX bank, and of course, build the project so that the newly added event shows up in Unity. Back in Unity, let's first add the new event to the fmod event script. We'll add a header for the player SFX and then a field for the player footsteps event reference, just like we did for the coin collected event. And then back in Unity, we can select the event we just created in fmod for the player footsteps. Next, how we want to go about this, since we have the sound looping, is to start the player footsteps when the player is running and then stop it in any other situation. In this audio system, we'll do this by creating what's called an event instance, in which we can play and stop the event as needed. So let's set that up. In the audio manager script, we'll add another using statement for fmod.studio. Then we'll create a public method that returns an event instance called createInstance, and we'll have that taken an event reference for the event to create that instance with. Then in there, we can declare an event instance and set it equal to runtime manager.createInstance, passing in the event reference.
Okay, so far this works, right? We've got a bunch of the info that we care about. So we're just going to keep at this, and by the end of the day today, I think we're going to have actual audio when we strike somebody. That's what we're working towards, because that's going to be, I figure that's probably going to be the hardest one.
We'll add more to this method in a bit, but for right now, we'll just return the event instance. Then back in Unity, we're going to open up the player's character controller script, which is where all of the movement is handled, and also where we're going to play and stop the footsteps event from. You don't really need to know much about this script, and of course the logic will probably differ a bit for your own game, but the gist of this is that all of the movement is being handled in this fixed update method, where I'm just changing the character's rigid body velocity depending on the player input. So first, at the top of the script, let's add a using statement for fmod.studio. Then we'll create a private event instance variable for the player footsteps instance, and then we'll create a start method and initialize the footsteps instance from there by calling the audio manager.instance.createInstance method and passing in the player footsteps event reference. Then at the very bottom of the script, we'll create a new method called update sound, which is where we're going to put any code that relates to updating sound for the player character. And like mentioned before, since we're using the player's rigid body velocity to move, we can check against that to see if the player is moving or not. And this script also has a boolean setup to determine if the player is on the ground or not, so we can use that as well to determine if they're on the ground. And of course, if they're moving and on the ground, that's when we want to play the footsteps event. But we only want to start it if it's not already playing. So to check for that, we can declare a playback state here and then call player footsteps.getPlaybackState, where the output of this method will go straight into that playback state variable. Then we'll add a conditional statement here to only start the footsteps event if the playback state is currently stopped. And last, we can play the event by calling the start method on that event instance. And then below here in an else statement that corresponds to the velocity and is grounded conditional, we'll stop the event instance by calling it stop method. When we stop an event instance, we have a couple of options here which are fairly self-explanatory, and for this event, we're just going to use the allow fade out mode. So that will play and stop the footsteps event instance when we want it to, and now we just have to hook that up in the fixed update method, since that's where we're handling the player's movement. So for this character controller in particular, at the bottom of the fixed update method, we'll call the update sound method we just created, and we'll also call it here when the player is disabled, since we want the sound to update even when the player is in a disabled state. So now let's enter play mode and see what this sounds like. So that's pretty good. We could adjust the frequency a bit, but I think that's close enough for this tutorial. Next, we need to consider some cleanup for the event instance if the scene is ever destroyed. For example, if we ever transition to another scene. Right now, the event instance would be hanging around through the scene transition, which is something you probably don't want to happen. So let's set this up in a smart way so that the audio manager takes care of this cleanup automatically. Back in the audio manager script, we'll add a private list of event instance objects. Then at the end of the awake method, we'll initialize that to a new list. And next, in the create instance method, every time we create a new instance, we'll add it to that list to keep track of it. Then we'll add a private method called cleanup, where we'll loop through those event instances in a for each loop and then call stop using the immediate stop mode followed by release. And finally, we'll add an onDestroy method, which will get called when this game object gets destroyed, and in there we'll call that cleanup method. And that does it for how we handle looping audio like player footsteps in the system. Next, we're going to cover how to accomplish audio by distance effects, or in other words, audio that gets louder and pans around your speakers depending on the player's position relative to the object playing the audio. We're going to do this for the coin by adding a coin idle event that we can hear only when the player gets close to a coin. So like the other sounds, let's first create the event in fmod. In the events tab, we'll create a new event and choose the new 2D timeline option and call it coin idle. And now since we have a few events, it might be worth organizing them a bit better. So we're also going to create an SFX folder, and within that folder, a player folder and a coin folder. And then we'll drag in the events to the appropriate folders. Next, we'll click on the coin idle event. We'll go to the assets tab and drag in the coin idle sound, add it to the event, positioning it at the start of the event and zooming in a bit. Then just like we did with the footsteps event, we're going to loop this sound by right-clicking on this top black bar, adding a loop region, and then stretching it out across the entire sound. Next, let's set this up to do volume and panning depending on the player's position, which is actually really easy to do in fmod. We just need to click on this section over here to select the entire track, and then down here at the bottom, we can right-click here to add an effect, and then we're going to choose the fmod spatializer. And just a note, since I think this is a bit confusing, the object spatializer is meant more for specific platforms like VR, so typically you just want the regular spatializer unless you have a specific reason to use the object one. You can play around with this curve if you want, which determines the rate at which volume changes as the player gets closer to the object, but we're just going to stick with the default one. And there's also this section that got added to the event, where we can play around with what the event sounds like as the player moves around it by playing the event and then moving this white arrow in the middle.
I hate this
And
already.
just like that, the event is set up just like we need it to be. All we need to do now is assign the event to a bank and then build the project so that we can see the event on the Unity side. Back in Unity, because we organize the events into different folders, we actually change those event references. Luckily, fmod is pretty good about catching this, and to update those references, we can click yes in this pop-up, and then scan to find any issues, and then execute to fix those issues. And I like to scan it one more time after that, just to make sure nothing shows up, in which case we can exit the window. And if we go to the fmod events instance, where we're keeping all those references, we can see those are now updated to include that folder structure. Anyways, let's get back to the coin idle event. Instead of using an event instance to play this event, when dealing with audio by distance, it's better to use what's called an emitter, which has some other features for dealing with that type of audio. So we'll click on one of the coin game objects in the scene, and for this we're going to add a built-in fmod Unity component called the studio event emitter. Play event is just how it sounds. That's when we want the event to automatically play, and for now we'll just do that when the object start method is called in the Unity lifecycle. Stop event is when we want the event to stop, and for now we're just going to leave this as none, and then we can browse for and select the coin idle event for the event section here. For the attenuation, we'll override it with a min of 1 and a max of 3, which you can see changes this white circle in our editor and is essentially allowing us to fine-tune the range at which we'll hear the event. This depends on if the location of the attenuation object is within that circle or not, which if you remember, we set that to the player character. And now we can enter play mode, and we'll hear that as we get closer to the coin, the audio is panning the speakers and gets louder as we get closer to the coin, just like we wanted. But right now, even if we collect the coin, the audio is still playing, and that's because we left the stop event as none. What we want to do is stop the event when the coin is collected, and none of the built-in stop events really cover that in a clean way. We could leave the play event as object start since that's working just fine, but personally I like managing this through the code, so we're going to change that to none as well. And last, we reference the event here, but ideally we want to reference that event from the fmod events instance to keep all of those references together. We'll set that up as well, but unfortunately we need this to be filled out for the override attenuation settings, so we're going to leave the reference here and we'll override it with the one that we put in the fmod events instance. So first, let's apply the studio event emitter to the coin prefab so that it applies to all of the coins in the scene. Then let's open up the fmod event script to add the reference to the coin idle event. And of course, back in Unity, we'll fill in the reference we just added with the coin idle event. Next, in the audio manager script, we're going to add a method, kind of like how we did with the create instance method, so that we can keep track of the event emitters in our scene to stop them as part of the cleanup method. So to do that, we'll declare a private list of studio event emitters called event emitters. Then in the await method, we'll initialize that to a new list, and then we'll create a public method that returns a studio event emitter called initialize event emitter, where we'll pass in the event reference we want to override it with and the game object the emitter is attached to. Then we'll get that emitter off of the game object using the get component method, and then we'll override the event reference to the one that's passed into this method, and we'll also add the emitter to the list for cleanup. And finally, we'll return the emitter. Last, when this cleanup method is called, we'll loop through each emitter in that list and then stop it. If we don't do this here, any emitters that are playing when the scene is destroyed will continue playing, which we most likely don't want to happen. Next, in the
Okay. He said something about a GitHub project, right? Yes.
in the coin script, we'll add a using statement for fmod unity. Then just for clarity, we'll also add a require component annotation here.
Okay, so which one are we using? Motor interior exterior. Wait, what? Oh, truck modern. I almost feel like just keeping this project as the project is probably the way to go. So if I right click on this, I can do new bank. No, I don't want a new bank. No, it is. Or do I just do like sign to bank? Oh, wait. Would this just be? Oh, there we go. Is it F mod all capitals or F mod all capitals? Okay, and then this is an event. New folder. And then new event. Email. Let me, I want to make sure that I spell this right. Female pedestrian. Hit. Actually, yeah. No, I think this should be fine. Import assets. Oh, wait. I want a new folder. Hit. Wait, what are the ones that we've currently got here? Give me a second. Body fall. Body hit. This is human. Wait, body. Pedestrian hit sounds. Body fall human cloth. Add timeline sheet. YouTube. Hey, I got some spam call. Getting started with Fmod.
You'll need to sign in or make an account to access the Fmod download. The correct package for your video. First, let's look at the 3 tabs you'll spend the most time with. The Assets tab is where any file you load into Fmod will be stored. You simply drag your audio file, either one at a time or multiples at once, directly.
Wait, he's got where was he? Here he is. One shot here. Yeah.
Now, to start off simple, we're going to create an event for the sound that happens when a coin is collected. In the Events tab, we'll right-click and then select a new 2D action since the game we're working in is in 2D. This creates an event starting with an action sheet, and we'll just call it coin collected. An action sheet is great for really simple sounds like one-shot sounds, which is exactly what the coin collected sound is going to be. Timelines, on the other hand, make more sense if the event needs to have a concept of time, and we'll see examples of that later.
New .3D action.
later in this video, so don't worry about that for right now. Next, under the Assets tab, we'll go into the SFX coin folder and then drag in the coin collected audio file to the event. Event. And if we play the event, it just plays the sound a single time, which is exactly what we want to happen when we collect the coins, so we'll leave it at that. Next, to be able to actually see this event from our Unity project, it needs to be added to a bank. We'll click on the Banks tab here, and then we'll see that there's already a master bank. Something to note here is that the master bank contains data about the entire Fmod project, and you don't want to delete this unless you're so we can leave this as is. And also, the timeline is a bit small, so just to note, you can zoom in or sounds with the system. Next, let's do something a bit more complicated and add footstep sounds for the player. Back in Fmod, in the Events tab, we'll create a new event, choose the New 2D Timeline option, and then call this Player Footsteps. Rather than using a single audio clip for this event, we're going to use multiple audio clips along with some logic to shuffle them each time the event plays. We can do this by creating what's called a multi-instrument by right-clicking in this track section here and then selecting the multi-instrument option. Then on the Assets tab under the SFX player folder, we can drag in all 4 of these footstep sounds to add them to the multi-instrument. By
Wait, what?
default, this is already set up to shuffle sounds, which is exactly what we want. So we can leave this as is. And also, the timeline is a bit small, so just note you can zoom in or out on the timeline using the open and close bracket key shortcuts. So we'll zoom in a bit and make the
There we go. Now I need grunts. I feel like I've got something in a in Fab. Do I just do this? No. Yeah, we don't actually care about Unreal. We care about audio. I do not. I do have this though, which I don't think is really what we care about. Footsteps Forever is something that we'll probably import. Oh, this has Japanese City. What? What? Is this what was this one? City Atmos. Sound loop playback capture. Oh, here we go. Okay. Why is audio not an option here? Sometimes it hurts. It just hurts. I don't know if I want audio or do I want mono or okay, yeah, I want that, and then I want do new folder. Here we go. So I need hit sounds. Wow. It totally just like removed the female part of that. Female hit. Look at that. It changed it again. I love it. 10 out of 10. Hey, it didn't that time. I don't know. I don't know if that's quite what I was looking for. I wonder if this person has... I'm just going to close a bunch of this. That would be good if it was female. Male. Yeah, no, they don't. This guy doesn't have, this person doesn't have what I want. Looking for like grunts and stuff like that are always fun. Always good times.
Over. Move out. Standing by. Affirmative. Abort mission. Abort. Acknowledge. Advancing. Advancing. Affirmative. Affirmative. Attacker. Get spotted. Firing. Go go. Help. Your position. Fire. Again to confirm. Man. No but immediate order. Too easy. Took it. Watch out. On. Yes.
It's a lot of waves, but nothing that I want. Maybe this one? What if I get rid of free? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? We also want fab here. I don't think I've got anything specifically. Yeah. Got the footsteps, but that doesn't really fix the problem. This one seems, I think this one's the best so far. I wonder... I don't want that, but we'll come back to it. I'm gonna check it out first. Korean. That one actually might work. That one, these ones actually might work.
Hey, 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 hey.
that was
行くわよ。任せて、任せて、任せて、任せて。もらった、もらった、もらった、もらった。おっと、おっと。
You found it. No, not quite.
Excellent! Marvelous!
結構お願いします。くらえ夜最高だぜファイナルラウンドレディーファイト
What is this? Oh. Wait. Weren't we just watching one of these? No.
ございました。まだ失礼。何かしまして？お倒れになって。すぐ楽にして差し上げますわ。素敵ですわ。私は苦手ですわ。
とっても嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。意外と可愛いところもあるんですね。かかってきなさい。来ます。まだです。諦めなければ。
It's so good. The only issue with this is that I don't think that he's really got, I don't think they really have any males. Oh, there's a male pack. I don't care about that. I care about the grunts.
うん、嬉しいんだもん。分かってますよ。やだ、約束だよ。や勝負といるから。そうそう。話し方も違いがいいよ。キラ好き髪チャンス。ちょうどいいわ。クローズカミングスーンコンプリート。だってよ。カミングスーンコンプリート。大丈夫よ。大好きです。だってできる。でもどうもこんにちは。どうしたの？
Where's the list? I want a list.
でも大丈夫よ。我慢しなさい。ゲームセット。ゲームオーバー。頑張ってね。ご帰宅の際には連絡をしてください。極楽極楽極楽極楽。ごめん。ごめん。
Wait, what? Wait, what? Can I read this? Can I read one of these, please? I just want to like I just want to know, right? Like okay, so right like right, I click into here and there's animal, boy, female, grandmother. Like there's a bunch. There's ah, but like what is ah? There's the okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4, but does it actually come with like all this extra stuff? I'm so confused. Support drag queen. What? I'm so confused here. Okay, I am very confused by this stuff here. So this person has a little bit of everything, right? From the looks of it, they've got male and female. This one here, I think, is entirely AI based. I'm just gonna not do that one. This is $100, but like, I care about how many. Holy shit, it's a lot. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Again, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Okay, so what if we do oh, that's not at all what we want. Don't think that's at all what we want, sad. Audio. R SFX. Motion elements. What is motion elements? I feel like motion elements is like for games. For games, for games, for games.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。止めて邪魔をしないで日曜
I don't understand what is going on. I really thought that I had something at one point for this kind of thing, but maybe I never ended up getting anything. What is that? It was a cloud service provider in Asia. Prepare a script. I don't know what. Okay, well, let's take a look. Well, what? No, I want to extract it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like I don't mind spending a small amount of money if it's required, right? But I don't want to spend a shit ton of money. And I'd really like to have an idea of like exactly what we're getting. This person here seems to have like the best library so far. I wish there was like I could talk to them. Let's take a look at this person. Ooh, maybe these. Do-do-do. Like, I just want the grunts. That's all I really care about. But it's so hard to like figure out what exactly the is going on here. Last to me. Rise. Waltz. Fire, wind, land. So it doesn't look like they've really got what I want, which is kind of the problem. All characters have their own personalities, and even similar situations, the way they speak varies by character. Like, this is kind of fine. Like, why don't can they just have a list of like I don't care if they put like a backing music or something on it. I just wanted to I want to hear the grunts. Do they have like let's check this out. That works.
援護するよ。見せてあげる。逃がさないよ。任せて。力を貸して。いくよ。おっと。食らえ。とどめよ。いい感じ。とどろけ。闇よ。飲み込め。はぜろ。炎よ。氷結。煉獄。大地よ。光よ。舞い上がれ。命の源よ。イカズチよ。宿れ。風よ。3、2、1。
Is this it?
知識とは学び続ける姿勢を持つことが大切なんだ。絶えず追求しなければならないものだからね。失敗はすることが順位とわけでなく、品性や価値観も育むその人間をいぞ。いるんだ。人間を豊かにする確かな方法の一つさ。人生は短いぞ。は
See, this is what I was wanting.
食らってみるかい食らってみるかい待っていたか待っていたかもう終わりかいもう終わりかいもう終わりかいもう終わりかいもらうぞもらうぞ終わりだ終わりだ程度かははその程度かはははは3、2、1、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、コンプリート、グッド。においで、さすがだぞ。いい感じだ。完成。また遊びにおいで。また遊ぼうな。なった。だったな。B は失礼。おはいらっしゃい。ああ。あ安心してくれ。偉いはと言っている。さて、よくやった。よくやった。よくやったな。よしよし。よしよし。
Okay, wait. Interesting. Let's see. Female is 153 files, including 30 battle files, 8 laughters, 10 greetings, 4 events, daily. Sure. Oh, this person only has 1. Their file's cheap. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. We are going to find just the right voices. We need grunts. So many grunts. But I don't like her. She's not a good fit. Okay, let's go to this person. I am fairly certain that this person just uses AI to get all of their voices. It's a hunch. Just like a small hunch.
行くわよ。これで全部ね。ええ、任せて。どうするの？あんなの無視よ。どうしようかしら。ああ！まだまだ。えい。
I might have been wrong.
さあ、よし、一暴れするよ。こんなもんかな。どうするんだい？さあ、走るよ。行くよ。くそ。真面目にやりな。どうだ、このでーい。ふん、粉々にしてやるよ。まだいけるだろ。ああ、嫌だね。ダメだ。ほうほう。読んだかい？お？そうだな。なんだそりゃ。最高！何？なるほどね。クソが、クソ！サンキュー。
What is this one?
行くぞ。
全力です。くら
ー！よ。おー。
Okay, let's go to this. We've got this the female. Interesting. What? The actual fuck. Extract all. No, I don't really care about that. I just care about the MP3 files.
Hey.
Yeah, no. This is largely useless. Cool. We just get rid of this. There we go.
よし、一暴れするよ。こんなもんかな。どうするんだい？さあ、走るよ。行くよ。あだだ。お？はい。読んだかい？お？そうだな。なんだそりゃ。最高！
This person actually might have what I'm looking for. Because all I really care about is just the grunts, right? Hmm.
Yeah, huh? Oh yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. We want a female. I think we looked at this one, right?
これで全部ね。ええ、任せて。どうするの？あんなの無視よ。どうしようかしら。ああ！まだまだ。えい、それ、えいや。行くわよ。これで終わりよ。無茶しないでよね。いいわよ。いやよ。へえ。
As long as it doesn't actually have that.
怪しいわね。ああ。
That's kind of the problem. I'm not sure if it has these actual words in it. I just want like these. I guess like oh, ouch, oof, right?
いらっしゃい。どうするの？覚えてらっしゃい。クラクラするわ。いや、何するのよ。そんなとこ。もっと。えい、これがいいの？高くつくわよ。特別よ。ええ、いけないわ。呼んだ？あ、ちょっと。だって、ちょっと、もう。ありがとう。優しいのね。ごめんなさい。はあ、こっちよ。あなたにあげる。
Like maybe.
やったね。いくよ。やったね。どうするの？じゃあね。プレゼントだよ。よーし。つらいよ。えいとせーのたこれならどう？痛いの痛いの飛んでけ。うんうん。ああ、なに？あ、そうだね。あれ？わーい。もう
What's their can I by price?
Are you ready? あれれありがとう。焦らないで。チャンス。ゲームオーバー。ゲット。はーい。いい感じ。いくよ。くらえ。休憩の時間だよ。レッツゴー。負けました。また遊ぼうね。待ってよ。もう少し落ち着いて。おっと、パーフェクト。スタート。すごいすごい。少し休もうね。とっても上手だよ。次も頑張ってね。はあ。はあ。ほら。
This is really hard to find. Oops. That's a hard maybe. Mm-hmm. To date, we have received and produced various game voice in Japan. Cutting commissions. With this in mind, we established the brand. Yeah, I got a haircut yesterday. I'm trying to find a good pack for grunts. I am so confused as to what is the series tailored for game developer. I'm so confused.
もう いつも頑張ってるよ。いつも頑張ってるよ。こら。
Wait. Do they have everything up here? No, they don't. Okay, they've got very limited on here. My issue with it is that like I can't get an idea of exactly what I'm getting from these people, right? But their voices are good. I just want to know, like, how many grunts and whatever am I getting? Is kind of like that's the crux of it, right? Because their packs are rather pricey, but they seem good, right? This one's probably good enough by itself, right? But like, their spreadsheet's super confusing. Actually, Booth might be the way to go for this. I didn't really think about that, but Booth might actually be the way to go for this. Although I should probably not have Booth pulled up that way. Mm. How are things, by the way, Jomar? I feel like this might be the way to go. Which one was that? I think it was this one. Kind of wish they had cheaper set. This one, like, let's open that one quickly. This voice asset is available for both fantasy and modern characters. Character examples. All packs include Japanese translated text. The also offer numerous. Wait, what? Light edition. I don't understand what they mean by light edition. Okay, what the fuck is that thing? It's referenced all over their stuff, and I'm so confused. Collection of Japanese voices. Voice. These file format. Okay, we're just gonna play this.
知識とは学び続ける姿勢を持つことが大切なんだ。絶えず追求しなければならぬ蓄積し、一丁価値観もその先に豊かにする確か。もう終わりか。今日も元気いっぱいだね。それが。
That one works.
お楽しみに。少しセーフスタート。 頑張ろう。やったー残念。
That sounds too young. I think she was pretty good. Hmm.
はじめまして。よろしくお願いします。ご一緒してくださるんですか？とっても嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。意外と可愛いところもあるんですね。かかってきなさい。来ます。まだです。諦めなければ何度だって挑戦できますよ。させてください。趣味の力、チャンスです。いきます。そんなに気になる？私が本気出したらどうなる？試してみたら？
意外試してみるか。力を借りるよ。大地よ。優しす。
私はそんなに気になるいのよ。
Alright, we're just gonna bite the bullet and get one of these. Just try it out. Mm.
さてと、さてと、せーの、せーの、せーの。心配しないで、心配しないで、心配しないで。はあ、はあ、はあ。ふっくしゅん、ふっくしゅん。あら、バカ、バカ、バカ、バカ、バカ。大丈夫？大丈夫？大丈夫？どうしたの？どうしたの？どうしたの？
どうしたの？え？え？え？え？え？え？え？え？え？え？ふん。ふん。ふん。ふん。ふむふむ。ふむふむ。頑張ってね。頑張ってね。頑張ってね。は？は？は？は？
I'm debating whether or not this one or this one. This one's not bad, but
行くわよ。任せて。もらった。行くわよ。えい。
like it's a bit of a hard decision. I don't think I like this one. This one here, I think we need to reload. This one.
Are you ready? いいかこらえ休憩の時間だよ。レッツゴー。負けました。また遊ぼうね。待ってよ。もう少し落ち着いて。おっと、パーフェクト。スタート。すごいすごい。少し休もうね。とっても上手だよ。次も頑張ってね。はあ？ハロー。ジャンプ。邪魔しないで。先輩。休みます。また買ったんですか？
I don't know if this one I can't figure out if it has what I want, which is just the grunts. That's all I care about right now. Okay. Sort by price. I'm just gonna skip that one. I think this one was a bit too motherly. I think this one's all men. Okay, so this one. Is this the other one that I was thinking of?
さてと、あの、あら、どうした？いや、
Yeah, this one. This was the other one. So it was those two. Okay, so that was not quite what I was looking for. These ones are cheaper, but I'm not sure. I'm wholly unsure of these ones. I don't even remember which one this is. Oh, this is that other one. I don't remember seeing her. What was this one? Let's take a look. Let's listen.
ほいほいほいほいほほほひゃひゃひゃひゃひゃはあはあ看招看招，交给我吧，交给我吧，要上喽，要上喽！哎呀哎呀，机会通关完成，游戏结束，得到了，加油，很好，下次一起玩嘛，下次加油吧，太好了，完美，没事了，开始，期待下次参与，结束喽，很遗憾，太棒了，不愧是你，很不错嘛，没事吧？真是的。
Oh, Chinese voices. It's like, that sounds Chinese. Might be because it's Chinese voices. It's a pack of 3, but yeah, it's all Chinese. I think I'm gonna go with this one. So effectively, we want 2 tracks with each other, and we'll selectively do a voice line and a impact, and then that will be the that'll be the crux of it, and it will sound better. What's up, Fox? That's cute. She looks familiar. I think I've seen her on YouTube. Like I'm 80% sure I've seen YouTubes of her, like her shorts.
I have a cough lately. You know what's waited? Not in Japan, again. Come on, come on.
That looks dangerous.
Waited. Not in Japan, again.
That was not a good idea what she just did. Not a good idea. That's what we call bad idea. Mhm. New folder. I don't. Here we go. Damages. I think it's these ones that I want. Please, please no. I want these to play at the same time though. At MC Parkour. Wait, she's pretty unforgettable. Yeah. Yeah. Tormenting others. She's great at MC Parkour. Might make it funnier knowing that. I have no idea like what is MC Parkour. I'm guessing it's Minecraft. But how does Minecraft have parkour? I'm confused. TBF. I did request something. I am so confused. There's challenge maps. Oh, okay. Consecutively. Concurrent. Oh. Yeah, no, that's the point. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten around to adding sound into an Unity yet. That's what I'm working on right now. Something that does need to be done. But it's also complicated, right? And that's the complication is why I haven't done it yet. Cuz like actually getting things working is more important than the yeah. So, let's go to scripts. Create a mono behavior script, and this will be fmod dots shim. And then create a mono behavior, and then this would be fmod.
We're going to do this for the coin by adding a coin idle event that we can hear only when a player gets close to a coin. So like the other sounds, let's first create the event in Fmod. In the Events tab, we'll create a new event and choose the new 2D timeline option and call it end. So now let's for your own. Of course, we'll also select the coin collect event in this section here. Now back in the coin, hit the coin pair for. Now, to start off simple, we're going to create an event for the sound that happens when a coin is collected. In the Events tab, we'll right-click and then select a new 2D action since the game we're working in is in 2D. This creates an event starting with an action sheet, and we'll just call it coin collected. An action sheet is great for really simple sounds like one-shot sounds, which is exactly what the coin collected sound is going to be. Timelines, on the other hand, make more sense if the event needs to have a concept of time, and we'll see examples of that later in this video, so don't worry about that for right now. Next, under the Assets tab, we'll go into the SFX coin folder and then drag in the coin collected audio file to the event. And if we play the event, it just plays the sound a single time, which is exactly what we want to happen when we collect the coin, so we'll leave it at that. Next, to be able to actually see this event from our Unity project, it needs to be added to a bank. We'll click on the Banks tab here, and then we'll see that there's already a master bank. Something to note here is that the master bank contains data about the entire Fmod project, and you don't want to delete this unless you're replacing it with another master bank. So leave that as it is. We'll right-click in this section and create a new bank, which we'll call SFX.
MC. Your hitbox is square. Oh, okay.
From there, back in the Events tab, we can right-click on our event, assign the bank, and then select the SFX bank we just created. You'll notice that the unassigned tag here will disappear, and if we check our banks,
yeah, that's something that we need to do in Fmod. There's not that many SFX, so. Oops.
we'll see the event show up under the SFX bank. And that's actually everything we need to do on the Fmod side for the coin collected event. Now we just need to build the Fmod project by going to File and then Build, and it'll compile down those banks into a build folder in the project.
Okay, and then we go back to Unity. We go to Fmod, and then we do edit settings. We browse to there's nothing. So I think we're fine. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of scenes that I never use. Let me check on something here. Oh, it's being delivered. I'll be right back. While this runs, I'm also going to grab some food, so. almost back. I'm almost back. All right, I'm back. Oof. All right, I got my food. Which is not at all as warm as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be hot. One sec, I think this needs to be put back in for a little bit longer. Hmm. All right. I'm just waiting for everything, and then we can get this party started. All right, I'm back. Added Fmod. Wait. There we go.
where we can see that each file corresponds to each of our banks, and that's what Unity will interact with. That means that anytime we change things in the Fmod project, we do need to do a build so that those changes show up on the Unity side. There is a live update feature to get around this, where changes will directly apply to your Unity project without having to build every time. I'm not going to cover setting that up in this video. Back in Unity, one of the first things we need to do is set the attenuation object Fmod will use. For events that have a concept of where the player is at for things like painting volume or audio by distance, Fmod needs to know which object in the scene to use for those calculations. Typically, this is going to be the player character, so that's what we're going to use. We can set the attenuation object by clicking on the main camera in the scene where we'll have this Fmod Studio Listener component, and then we can just click and drag the player game object into that slot. Next, let's create the audio manager and get that set up to play a one-shot sound. In the scripts directory of the project, we'll create an audio folder, and then in there we'll create a script called audio manager, and then double click it to open it up. We can remove these placeholder methods, and as mentioned earlier,
Audio manager. That's what we want.
earlier, this is going to be a singleton class, meaning only one of them can exist in the scene at a time, and all of our scripts will be able to access it. So let's set that up by creating a public static audio manager instance with a private setter, and then we'll create an awake method.
This is right?
Then, where if the instance is null, we'll log an error to let ourselves know that somehow more than one audio manager ended up in the scene, but otherwise we'll set the instance to this audio manager. So that sets up the class as a singleton where we can access it through the instance variable, but now let's add a way to play that coin collected sound as a one-shot sound. Or in other words, we want the sound to just play once and then stop. We'll need to add a using statement for fmod unity up at the top, and then we can create a new
Oops. Audio manager. Using fmod unity.
public method called play one shot that takes an event reference called sound, which will be the event that gets played, and a vector 3 called world position, which is where in the game world that event will play from. Then we can actually play that by calling runtime manager.play one shot and pass along those two variables to that, where this runtime manager is from the fmod unity package. Back in the Unity editor, under this manager's game object in the scene, we'll create a new empty game object and call it audio manager, and then drag over the audio manager script we just created to add it to the scene. Next, we can finally add some code to actually play the coin collected sound. Each coin in this project has a coin script attached to it, so let's open that up. We could play that coin collected sound from a couple of places, but in the coin script, there's a collect coin method that gets called when the player collects the coin, so that's where we're going to play the sound. At the top, we'll add a statement for using fmod unity, then we'll add a serialized field private event reference variable called coin collected sound, and then play that sound in the collect coin method. We'll call audio manager.instance.play one shot and then pass in the coin collected event reference and the position of this coin. Now back in the Unity editor, we'll see this section here for the event reference for the coin collected event, and we can select that event by clicking the search button and then selecting the coin collected event from the fmod project. And of course, since I have a bunch of these coins in the scene, I'll apply that to the prefab as well, so that way it applies to all of them. Then let's go into play mode and make sure your editor isn't muted, and we'll see that when we collect a coin, the sound plays just like we wanted it to. Now, as mentioned earlier in the how it works section of this video, referencing events like this directly from the script is completely fine. However, as the project grows, these references end up all around the project, which I personally don't care for. So this next part is optional, but I do think there are some benefits to having all of the event references in a single place, so that's what we're going to do. In the scripts audio directory, we'll create another new C# script called fmod events, and then double click that to open it up. Then we'll set this one up as a singleton class as well by creating a static instance and adding an awake method. Where we'll log an error if the instance has already been initialized, but otherwise we'll set the instance to this, and then up at the top we'll add a using statement for fmod unity, and last we'll add a public event reference for the coin collected event where we can get the variable publicly, but the setter is private. And if you haven't seen this field syntax here before, when you have a public getter and a private setter like we're doing right now, it doesn't automatically show up in the Unity editor even with the serialized field portion, but if you add this field keyword it does, so that's why we're using the syntax. Now back private setter like we're doing right now, it doesn't automatically show up in the Unity editor even with the serialized field portion, but if you add this field keyword it does, so that's why we're using the syntax. Now back in Unity, we'll create a new empty game object under the audio manager called fmod events, and then drag in the fmod event script to add it to the scene. And of course we'll also select the coin collect event in this section here. Now back in the coin script, we can clean this up a bit. We can remove this using statement for fmod unity and the event reference variable. Then when we call the audio manager to play the
1 sec. I want to come here. Field. Interesting. Header. Pedestrian. Pedestrian. Whatever.
in a private setter like we're doing right now, it doesn't automatically show up in the Unity editor even with the serialized field portion, but if you add this field keyword, it does, so that's why we're using the syntax. Now back in Unity, we'll create a new empty game object under the audio manager called fmod events, and then drag in the fmod event script to add it to the scene. And of course, we'll also select the coin collect.
Interesting.
Select event in this section here. Now back in the coin script, we can clean this up a bit. We can remove this using statement for fmod unity and the event reference variable. Then when we call the audio manager to play the event, we'll reference the fmod events instance to get the event reference we want to play. Then we can go back into play mode to see this working just like it was before. Except with this setup, and all of our scripts will be able to access it. So let's set that up by creating a public static audio manager instance with a private setter, and then we'll create an awake method where if the instance is null, we'll log an error to let ourselves know that somehow more than one audio manager ended up in the scene. But otherwise, we'll set the instance to this audio manager. So that sets up the class as a singleton where we can access it through the instance variable. But now let's add a way to play that coin collected sound as a one-shot sound. Or in other words, we want the sound to just play once and then stop. We'll need to add a using statement for fmod unity up at the top, and then we can create a new public method called play one shot that takes an event reference called sound, which will be the event that gets played, and a vector 3 called world position, which is where in the game world that event will play from. Then we can actually play that by calling runtime manager.play one shot and pass along those two variables to that, where this runtime manager is from the fmod unity package. Back in the Unity editor, under this manager's game object in the scene, we'll create a new empty game object and call it audio manager, and then drag over the audio manager script we just created to add it to the scene. Next, we can finally add some code to actually play the coin collected sound. Each coin in this project has a coin script attached to it, so let's open that up. We could play that coin collected sound from a couple of places, but in the coin script, there's a collect coin method that gets called when the player collects the coin, so that's where we're going to play the sound. At the top, we'll add a statement for using fmod unity, then we'll add a serialized field private event reference variable called coin collected sound, and then to play that
I'll be right back.
that sound in the collect coin method, we'll call audio manager.instance.play one shot and then pass in the coin collected event reference and the position of this coin. Now back in the Unity editor, we'll see this section here for the event reference for the coin collected event, and we can select that event by clicking the search button and then selecting the coin collected event from the fmod project. And of course, since I have a bunch of these coins in the scene, I'll apply that to the prefab as well, so that way it applies to all of them. Then let's go into play mode and make sure your editor isn't muted, and we'll see that when we collect the coin, the sound plays.
This is absolutely not how we're gonna do this.
It's just like we wanted it to. Now, as mentioned earlier in the how it works section of this video, referencing events like this directly from the script is completely fine. However, as the project grows, these references end up all around the project, which I personally don't care for. So this next part is optional, but I do think there are some benefits to having all of the event references in a single place, so that's what we're going to do. In the scripts audio directory, we'll create another new C# script called fmod events, and then double click that, open it up. Then we'll set this one up as a singleton class as well by creating a static instance and adding an awake method where we'll log an error if the instance has already been initialized, but otherwise we'll set the instance to this. And then up at the top, we'll add a using statement for fmod unity public text. Now the event will reference the fmod events instance to get the event reference we want to play. Then we can go back into play mode to see this working just like it was before. Except with this setup, we'll be able to view all of the events in the coin script. We can clean this up a bit. We can remove this. You can go back into play mode to see this working just like in the event reference variable. Then when we call the audio manager to play the event, we'll reference the fmod events instance to get the event reference we want to play. Then we can go back into play mode to see this working just like it was before. Except with this setup, we'll be able to view all of the Fmod event references in a single spot of the project, and it also cleans up the code in our other scripts a bit. And that pretty much does it for playing one-shot sounds with the system. Next, let's do something a bit more complicated and add footstep sounds for the player. Back in Fmod, in the Events tab, we'll create a new event, choose the new 2D timeline option, and then call this player footsteps. Rather than using a
Excuse me. Input system. Interesting. The general idea is here. Effectively what we want to do is one, we want to up here and just do that. Then here, we want to split this right. We'll do that. There we go. Private. Oops. Private. This is going to be a, what would this be? This would be, this would be the, it's not a player input, right? It's, it's the Fmod events? No. Give me a second here.
In the coin script, we can clean this up a bit. We can remove this using statement for Fmod Unity and the event reference variable. Then when we call the audio manager to play the event, we'll reference the Fmod events instance to get the event reference we want.
Events, and then this is in the
Play. Then we can
audio manager. Okay, yeah. I should probably have the player, right? It feels like I should have the player. Now, if I go to here, go to, where did I put this? Is this directly on the truck? Here's the vehicle authoring. Hmm. Right. Sorry, it's been like a little bit of time since I've really looked into this. Parent local. Hmm. Ragdoll data transform. Now there's a vehicle. I made a system to update the vehicle, right? Player, I think it's player authoring. The player authoring, or is it this one? Linked entity group authoring. Not that one. It's gotta be this one. Right. We're doing a follow target, I believe. There it is. This one here. Hmm. Um, this needs to be, one sec. Let me go back to here. And if we go to events, this is going to be the one shots, right? So effectively what we need to do is create an enum, or sorry, a struct, right? Wait. Hmm. Uh, female hit positions. Female. There we go. Mm-hmm. Oh. All right, so now we do the on update here. For Play female pedestrian hit effect. I feel like these can be together, right? Like they kind of should be. Let's actually just do this with a 4 each. Let's double check the 4 each. C# for each loop. Turn the float 3 into a vector 3. This would be a vector 3, like this, right? That's not it. Unity float 3 to vector 3. Oh, I can just do that. It will implicitly change it. Interesting. Does that mean that I can just do this then? Sweet. There we go. Now we just have to hope that this works. Okay, there we go. Now, I think I can do a 4 each in here, right? But I think I can also do... Okay, so this fetches... Hmm. Okay, so... Hmm. We need... We need a singleton. So I'm just trying to think here of like what exactly we need. Is this still being used? This one's being used. There we go. These are systems, so I don't want to fuck with them right now. It's the summon. Oh, we're already doing that. Right. And then the player, and then this, the player move input is attached to the truck. Through player authoring. Yeah, okay. So we need a singleton object that we attach to here that gives us our our bidirectional situation here. Give me a second here. I've got to think because I think I've got something that does work, right? So effectively we just want to do one on every ragdoll that happens, right? As they happen. So we can just do I think we can do this. Ragdoll data authoring. Spawn ragdoll tag, that's what it is. This public struct play play hit. Do 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 do. Hmm. Do do. And then the reason why I went with Ismail is because it's going to default to false. Specifically. That's all I cared about. All right, there we go. And then all we're going to do is we're going to say, come back to the audio manager here. Not the audio manager, here. And then on update, right, we want to fetch get all specs give me a second here. So we can use system API. System, we want to do a for each. Unity dots for each in system base. I think this is the guy that...
In this video, we're going
This guy loves his system bases.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's video. I'm going to be getting a little more and more cool things. And so for games like these where we traffic city, and this is a really nicely in scripts that have a solution. Next up, another really important this is quite a complex project, so there are a lot of scripts that go into it, but everything is organized in folders really nicely, and scripts that I have opened up, I was able to understand exactly what was going on because everything is named kind of appropriately, it's laid out in a nice fashion. Also, I will say that the documentation for this asset is extremely extensive. There's a lot of stuff available online, kind of going into detail about how everything is set up and works in this project. Yeah, definitely a lot of work went into the dots traffic city asset, and again, I think this can be a fantastic base to build a prototype off of, or even use as a reference for your own kind of more custom solution. Next up, another really important thing about city builders is kind of having some nice dynamic terrain. So kind of depending on the type of game that you're going to be making, maybe you want to have some kind of pre-made levels that are kind of built out for people to play around with, or maybe even give people some options to...
That's kind of neat.
Hello and welcome to a very special video where I'm going to be showing you how to...
It's not quite it. Here we go.
So believe it or not, we're actually coming up on the one... I recently got...
I'm just trying to figure out the query.
To our system associated entities. There also were a bunch of backend improvements to entity, basically tell queries. And of saying, hey, this option for us on the entity manager. Now,
System A, is it just system API query? Give me a sec. Oh, it is. Okay. Sweet. So I should just be able to do this. Sweet. Okay, so what do we want? We want read only, ragdoll gender. Local transform. And then we want ref. Oops. This needs to be read only. And then we're doing a ref read write play. Actually, I guess this can be a read only too. Play hit tag. Here we go. Don't really care about the gender, but it's like if not ragdoll gender dot is male. Wait, what? Oh, right. Value read only dot is male. Then we do the that the play play hit SFX tag to false. Spawn system. That's despawn. Trigger. Play hit. This should work. at least 2% positive this will work. Hmm. Sure. Do, do, do. Hmm. Oh wait, where's the problem here? No, I think what we want is for this one, I think we want the follow, right? Here, camera, player camera system. That's what we want. Mm-hmm. If there we go. I figured it out. We're getting somewhere, slowly but surely. All right, let's see if this works now. Audio manager not defined. But it is. How are we not finding an audio manager? We can find the follow target, but we can't find the audio manager? Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Let's see if it works. Oh, right, it's a tag. Holy shit, it worked. Wait. I heard it. I totally did hear it. Did you hear it?
You can go back into play mode to see this working just like it was before. Except with this setup, we'll be able to view all of the Fmod event references in a single spot of the project, and it also cleans up the code in our other scripts a bit. And that pretty much does it for playing one-shot sounds with the system. Next, let's do something a bit more complicated and add footstep sounds for the player. Back in Fmod, in the events tab, we'll create a new event.
It's totally not. I don't know that it's playing them correctly. I don't remember how to turn off the full screen. Oh, here we go. Play focus. I think this one. What version of? Okay, so it can be ignored. It only plays once. And all of my triggers are not working anymore. Oh, it's because all of my triggers are not working anymore. No, they're still there. There's definitely something fucky going on. They're just warnings. It's a well, it's a mono, so it's outside of entity, sort of. It works this. It works the same way that the input system and whatnot works. But my ragdolls aren't working anymore. Look. Oh no, they're working. Okay. Okay, so why is it not working? Right, this one we don't actually care about. These two we don't actually care about. Right? Yeah, we don't actually care about these two. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. Which camera's which? I thought somebody got you one. Anyways, um okay, so what I'm thinking is that the audio manager or sorry, the fmod audio isn't following the target correctly. So I think maybe we're too far away. Yeah, so I think what it is we're too far away. Where is this one? What if we do that? Yeah, so it's this. There we go. There. That's the problem. Yeah, we're too far away. Right, it's not built. It's I really thought it was going to be that. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. There, so she does it. But do we get it with any of the other ones? I thought maybe like okay, so my radius, let's say, is 1,000. Then we go all the way to 1,000. Right? I think now it won't play. Yeah, there. Now it's not playing. But if we come closer, the closer. What? Why is this not working? Why you no work? The ragdoll, when it spawns in, should have play audio attached to it. I never attached it to the one in the scene, so I would have assumed that it just would have gotten it from the scene one. The scene one should have all the same stuff, right? One would assume. Yeah, so this should be default everything. Like literally everything here should be defaulted. Um Interesting. Just missing something. I will be right back. Okay, so we have established that it works. Just that we get that nothing's showing up. There's no entities in this namespace. The entity count is 1. What? That was, yeah. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, like there's no members. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's that. That there's no members. Give me a second here. Okay, let's go back to here. These should all work. What the fuck? This should work, right? Wait, so what if we just do this? Just bear with me. We're just gonna do that. Say, fuck it. Okay, so here she is. We look at her. Should ragdoll tag. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have it. Should ragdoll tag. Why do I feel what? Dude, I am so confused with myself right now. There it is, Ragdoll author. Okay, so they have it. I found it. She's got it, and she's supposed to have it. So it should be Ragdoll authoring here is where I should be putting it. This also explains something. Why the first sound there is so intense. There we go. That sounds better. What? Now you can fix it in Fmod. Fix what in Fmod? I'm not sure what needs to be fixed. I'm confused. What's wrong with Fmod? Oh yeah, but I'm fine with that. Hey, Fox. Is that Iron Mouse, Fox? Are you subscribed to Miss Iron Mouse? Oh no. The ones. The ones that aren't the ones that are being ignored are already dead. I just don't have them de-render right now. What we're gonna do is just have them respawn instantly. There are characters, or sorry, there are VTubers that I'd love to put in this game, but I can't. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. I think this one's the... Wait, why is it so quiet in here? Oh, right, because I'm so far away. Do this one. I want to turn this down a bit. I think it's a bit too loud. Still too loud. Can I just set this to 10? Oh, sorry, not 10, negative 10. Let's do negative 15. Yeah, it gives you positional audio. Yeah, that's better. I think that's better. I think minus 15 is really the way to go. baby. Perfect. Fucking perfect. The biggest pain in the ass is going to be doing the menus next, because tomorrow I plan on doing menus. So tomorrow the plan is to do menus for like restarting the map and whatnot. I've also figured out now how I'm going to do the I think I've figured out how to get the entities into like the collision entities in from yeah. So started adding audio. One sec. There is. The next thing I've got to figure out is ambient noise. Because I don't think that I'm gonna bother with like footsteps per player, per entity, like I was doing in Unreal, because it just doesn't make sense. There's gonna be so many of them that like it's just not worth the attempt. Right? So new build of Truck-kun is up in it's beautiful. Heck yeah. But gosh darn it. I think we made some good progress today. Do 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 do. All right. I've got a friend up that's a software dev, so we're gonna go give him a raid. Actually, one sec. I haven't had a chance to raid him yet, so we'll give this guy a raid here. He's shouted out the game, so we're gonna go raid a Japanese streamer. And anyways, please be nice to him. He's good people, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. All right, ta-ta for now. Thanks.